there, but the stay is free and that saves you a lot of money. 150 1 year in the Tranquility Tribe and the free trip and the morning detox and listening game. 500 for private calls with me. If you are a company donating, you will have a workshop for your company, and $1,000 when the first $1,000 donation gets Anita's beautiful handmade quilt, which I have to go out so I can show you, but I'll go out and get that next break. But you get everything before that too. So lots and lots of stuff for you. But the biggest reward is you're going to rebuild this school for these kids that they desperately need. And just to give you an idea of how much, if you donate $500, guys, or we gain $500, do you know these children will eat breakfast for an entire semester for $500? That's 400 children, basically a dollar for each child feeds them a day's worth, their breakfasts for a whole semester. They have recently built a cassava farm, a cassava field, a cornfield. They have a fish pond where they're growing their own fish. And they're trying to be very self-sufficient. Self-sufficient, is that the right word? And self-reliant. I think it's self-reliant. And these kids need you. Many are orphaned. Many suffer from AIDS, or many have parents that suffered and died from AIDS. They recently lost a 6-year-old boy brutally beaten in his own home and passed away. They would be working in the fields if they didn't have this school. Girls are sold as wives to earn money for their family at early ages. They would have a lot of different life if it wasn't for this school. Their own homes are falling down. When I did a class for them on hygiene, I spoke about brushing teeth, and one of the little boys just innocently said, how do we brush our teeth if we don't have toothbrushes? They don't even have toothbrushes. We promptly sent 500 toothbrushes, toothpaste, all kinds of hygiene stuff to them within the next month. But guys, think about it. They don't even have a toothbrush. These things we take for granted, they don't even have. And they all have dreams. There's one thing they all have is dreams. So let's make them come true, please. And let's rescue this school, rescue these kids, and build them a school that they can thrive in. So go to dayofcalm.org. You'll see the button at the top left that says donate. Please donate. We are so grateful for any amount you can afford. And so are they. All right, Ali, thank you so much for being here. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
taking your time and teaching your amazing, wonderful 5-finger lesson. It's
Five-finger thinking.
5-finger thinking. I knew I was missing a word.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me.
Well, it
And
just flows. Five-finger thinking.
5-finger thinking, it does flow.
Yeah.
I
And we'll
like
see you
flowy
very
stuff.
soon. Thank you all so much. It's been a privilege to be part of it.
Thank you. And please reach out to Ali
Oh,
and
please do.
for help, for any assistance. You won't be disappointed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take
Okay,
care.
so our next speaker is here, and I believe she's here. Stephanie, I hope you're here. Our next speaker is Stephanie Adler, and she is an amazing nutritionist and a consultant, and we met because she was on my podcast, and she does so many things for women and nutrition, and she's going to talk about the magic of minerals. So I'll give you a little more information after this video.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Hi, Stephanie. Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. Demute.
I'm unmuted now. Sorry, I didn't
There
want to
you are.
interrupt the
That's all
video.
right. That's all right. So excited to have you here. And before you start your wonderful talk, which I know is going to be so helpful and informative, it always is, I want to tell our guests a little bit about you. So, this is Stephanie Adler. She is a certified nutrition consultant, functional diagnostic nutritionist, and women's hormone and fertility expert. Stephanie is also the host of the Wisdom of the Womb podcast and has been featured in publications like the New York Post for her science backed nutrition advice. As a passionate advocate for women's health and wellness, Stephanie is not afraid to go against the grain and challenge mainstream beliefs about what's possible for her clients. Her mission is simple yet powerful: to inspire women to work with their bodies to unlock their innate wisdom, heal naturally, and break away from the limiting narratives of conventional medicine. Through her private nutrition coaching and course, Stephanie has transformed the lives of hundreds of clients worldwide across all stages of life. She's an expert at helping women overcome chronic conditions like gut issues, hormonal imbalances, unexplained infertility, and more. Stephanie takes an individualized approach, utilizing functional lab testing, cycle based solutions, and encourages clients to trust their own bodies, allowing them to finally live the vibrant and beautiful lives they've been dreaming of. Stephanie is an open book, ready to share her unique takes on how women can address health concerns at the root and take control of their wellness, even when they've exhausted their conventional options. Stephanie, glad to have you here. Men that are listening, take heed because you might learn something you need to know.
Thank you, Celia. Yeah, and for any male listeners right now, I mean, the topic I'm going to be talking to today is for all humans. So, regardless of your sex. So, yeah, stay tuned. But hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you today. I know it's the day of calm, and I want to like bring in a little bit of life. And so, everyone, if you just want to shake it out, we're going to like move our bodies a little bit and just get a little loose and smile really big because it's going to make you happy. And let's talk about mineral magic. So, I was thinking about this talk and I was thinking, well, what do I want to share? Because you know what? There are so many things that impact our ability to show up as the parents we want to be on a biological function. I'm not talking about like the stressors of day-to-day life and the way that, we respond to those stressors. I'm talking about like what is happening inside our bodies. So we have the microbiome in our gut. And there's a lot more research about this. Maybe this is something you've heard about before, but we have approximately like 3 pounds of bacteria that live in our gut. Imagine like a 3 pound weight. We have about 3 pounds of bacteria that live in our gut that use this as a host for and can help influence and control everything from our mental health, our mood, to our immune system, to our metabolism, all of which then impacts the way that we show up in the world and therefore parent. So I had that idea. And then I had, well, there's blood sugar balance, right? I grew up in a home with a lot of yelling. And as an adult, I can actually see that my mom really struggled with blood sugar stability. She has been diagnosed with diabetes in more recent years. And like, I know how that impacts our mood and therefore makes us a little bit more irritable and explosive. So I was like, well, I could go there. But then I realized there's one thing that every single system in the body depends on, and that every biological function that could possibly impact the way that we show up as parents is in minerals. So we had to go with minerals for our talk today. So what I'm going to be telling you about is mineral magic and how we can start harnessing the power of minerals to stabilize our mood, increase our energy, and therefore our capacity to be present as parents and calm and patient and all of the things that we deeply desire to be to show up for our children. So really brief introduction again. Thanks for that awesome intro, Celia, but just like a little bit, hi, who am I to be qualified to tell you these things? My name is Stephanie Adler. I am a functional diagnostic nutritionist, and along working with people for who want to become pregnant, I love helping parents. I had my own child about 2 years ago, and having an incredible postpartum experience, feeling like I had the energy and the patience to do the things I wanted to do, has totally transformed my work into wanting to support more parents. And I want to start by telling you a quick story. So, probably like 4 months ago at this point, I was on a call with a client, and she had been doing a lot of the mineral balancing work and the gut healing and all these things that we were talking about. And she said to me, you know, I had the coolest moment the other day. She has 3 kids. She's also the CFO of a big company that, is a household name. And so I has a lot of stress. And she said to me, I had this really cool moment the other day. I was almost like an out of body experience. I saw my kid, like my kids were doing something that normally would have really triggered me, and I would have yelled at them. I would have snapped at them, but I didn't. I was just able to like maintain calm in the moment and be really present with them. And I'm totally seeing how this is changing the way that I parent. And I was just sitting there like bawling because, yes, it's about having more energy. It's about, not having a painful period if that's something, that you struggle with. It's about not having gut issues, but really it's about what does that do for your life? So I want to encourage everyone who's here today to take one thing that they hope that they can bring to their parenting practice and like sit with that. And let's see if the things that we're going to talk about today are going to be able to create that in abundance for you. So why do minerals matter? If anyone is in the chat, like wants to put in the chat, like, what is a mineral? Do you know what a mineral is? Like, what does that mean to you when I say, what's a mineral? Maybe it's like, a name of a mineral. Maybe you're like, I have no idea. But I'd be really curious to see what does a mineral mean to you? Now, minerals, well, yes, they are sodium, potassium, iodine, right? Like present in our soil. They are also the spark plugs of the body. Okay. So they truly like energy, mood, focus, all of these things in the body rely on minerals to basically plug in. And parents are particularly susceptible to depletion due to stress, poor sleep, and if you're the person carrying the baby, these very nutrient demanding phases like pregnancy, breastfeeding, and postpartum recovery. There is a massive mineral transfer that happens when you are pregnant to the baby. Your body basically like builds up all these reserves and then waits till you are pregnant and then passes them on to the baby. And then if you are giving birth, there's a big like output of minerals there to help you create that adrenaline and help you create that big event. And then if you breastfeed, you're continuing to nourish the baby from your body. And when we look at indigenous cultures, we'll see that the most nutrient dense foods were always reserved for pregnant, postpartum moms or young children. It was known that we needed more minerals, we needed more nutrients during this season of life. Now, what does this look like for the most part? When people have a baby, they order a bunch of takeout, right? Like, how is it easy? Maybe they do a meal train and like someone brings them chicken enchiladas or something. And not that that isn't really welcome and sweet, but we really need these very nutrient dense, almost, the way I describe them is like traditional foods to nourish our bodies and to feel replenish postpartum. So today what I want to do is dive into some of the key minerals that I find are most impactful for parents. We're going to talk about magnesium, potassium, sodium, copper, and calcium, and talk about how they directly impact mood, energy, nervous system regulation. I'm going to give you some key foods to start making sure you're getting more of in your diet, and then we'll have some time for Q&A if you want to ask me specific questions. So the first one that we're going to talk about is magnesium. And this one is particularly important, especially when we're talking about the day of calm, because it is the relaxation mineral, the calming mineral. Okay. When I was in school for nutrition, I had a professor and he was like kind of joking, but not really. And he was like, 80% of the time when people come to me, I tell them to take magnesium and they never need to come back. Pretty much everyone in our culture, and when I say our culture, I mean like any sort of modern Western stressed culture is deficient in magnesium. And this is because one, our soils are deeply deficient across the world. And two, when we are stressed out, we burn magnesium at a high rate. You can actually calculate your magnesium burn rate and figure out how much magnesium you are burning through a day. And most people, the estimates, and this is based on the recommended daily allowance, so it's not even from a functional perspective what I consider optimal, but it's estimated that 80% of people in the United States are magnesium deficient. My estimates, when I put that in within a functional range of what we really need to optimize, is over 95%. So everyone needs more magnesium. And it's like I said, it's that calming relaxation mineral. Who here has ever taken like an Epsom salt bath to either relax or to relax their muscles? Epsom salts are magnesium. So you understand the mechanism of like we try and absorb it through our body to help us relax. That's also a quick little tip. Something I do with my son regularly is we get in a magnesium bath together, and it's so relaxing. It's such a nice way to, calm down and promote better sleep and also just connect. Such a fun way to bring a little bit of extra calm to bath time. So what are the specific functions? I mean, well, there are literally over 300 systems in the body that magnesium supports, but the ones that I want to highlight today are that it regulates your nervous system, it reduces anxiety, and it improves your sleep. Can you raise your hand if having better sleep and less anxiety and a more regulated nervous system would help you be more present as a parent, right? Would help you stay calm in moments that are pressing and challenging? I don't know about you, but that's me, right? Like the better all of those things are functioning, the more I have capacity to be patient and to be calm as a parent. It also helps with irritability. It promotes your stress tolerance. So basically your stress, like your capacity for stress gets bigger, and you also have better emotional regulation. Okay. So what are some signs that maybe you don't have enough magnesium? Are you in that 95% of people that I think don't have enough magnesium? The first one is anxiety. The second can be muscle tension, restless sleep, sugar cravings. You don't have to out yourself if you don't want to, but I'm curious. Raise your hand if you're like, oh, okay, that's maybe me. And if it is, there are a couple things to do. Leg cramps, yeah, exactly. Any sort of like muscle, anything like that, absolutely. Especially like for anyone who's pregnant, like we'll see that a lot. Pregnancy requires so much magnesium, and we'll see a lot of like tension or even like getting Braxton Hicks or cramps too early in pregnancy can be a sign of magnesium deficiency. So here's the thing. I'm going to give you some foods to help replenish magnesium. But like I said, our soils are pretty depleted. So I personally take a magnesium supplement every day. Most of my clients do too. There are lots of kinds, some that help you go to the bathroom more, some that help you if you have headaches, some that are just more absorbable. I typically take a magnesium glycosinate. This is not medical advice. Obviously, consult a healthcare provider, but just to say that if you're trying to get all of your magnesium through food, it's a really hard task to do well because it's unfortunate our soils are very depleted. But if you want to try, dark leafy greens are really helpful for getting more magnesium. Cacao and avocado are also really great. So you can make like a cacao avocado mousse and it's super yummy. But then also there's topical magnesium. As I just mentioned, we put it on, you can get it in lotions. You can even just like get little sprays. Once I went to the Dead Sea and I just like took a bunch of salts from the floor of the Dead Sea, stuffed them in water bottles and brought them home with me. And I dissolved it in water and I just would spray myself with it. But you could do that without ever having to go to the Dead Sea and just ordering Dead Sea salt flakes on Amazon. And you can also, like I said, take Epsom salt baths. There's so many ways also to get topical magnesium. And also this is awesome for kids. I love topical magnesium for littles because again, it's just like so calming if, especially like also constipation can be a sign of magnesium deficiency. And so sometimes if kids are not going, that makes them cranky and then we're cranky. You can, rub a little bit of topical magnesium into their belly too. So again, magnesium is the relaxation mineral, and we really, really want to make sure we have enough of it. Now, I want to move on to talking about potassium. Now, potassium kind of, I feel like is, I don't know how to describe it. Like the kid no one invites to the party. Like, they're really cool, but for some reason they're just like, no one sees their benefits and so no one sees how awesome they are. And so they don't get the invite. And I will say I run hair mineral analysis tests on people. So I'm looking at people's minerals day in and day out. I have never once on a test seen someone's potassium come back even at 50% of what it should be. No one is getting enough potassium. Like I said, it's never invited to the party. And it's so important because potassium is the energy stabilizer. So whenever you like think about like that little Energizer bunny, you know, if you've ever seen that commercial with the battery and it's like, if we want more of that energy in our life, if we want to be like, woo, okay, I show up to every space and I'm like, I light it up. We need more potassium. Okay. So how do we get more potassium? Well, you eat more. So some of my favorite foods for potassium, and I'll talk about why it's so important in a second, but now that you're all hyped up, I just want you to take notes on what you should do to get more of it. Coconut water is a great one. Bananas, potatoes with the skin, avocado, citruses. One of the things that I love, this is like my favorite parent hack, is making adrenal cocktails. Has anyone here ever heard of an adrenal cocktail? It's a mocktail. Let me be clear about that. There's no alcohol in it. You can do one at breakfast, you can do one at lunch, you can do one at dinner, you can do them any time of day because it's this really amazing cocktail. They're super yummy. Your kids will also enjoy them. They kind of taste like creamsicles. And so what you're going to do is you're going to put coconut water and some orange juice. And you could do this in the blender, or you could just do it in a cup. Mix them together. I like to add about like a teaspoon of cream of tartar. So if you didn't know, cream of tartar is basically potassium. And so there's 500 milligrams in 1 teaspoon. So you can add that in. You can add in a little bit of coconut milk or a little bit of like something to just like stabilize it with some fat. And if you want to get fancy, you can put it in the blender and like make it all frothy. And it's like a creamsicle smoothie. And it's so yummy and it's so mineral rich. And you can get, depending on how much of these different ratios you're using, and you can also just look up online like adrenal cocktail recipe, you could be getting over 1200 milligrams of potassium a day, and we're really going for about 4000 milligrams a day. So this can get you like a quarter of the way there, and you can do this a couple times a day. They're so yummy, they're so fun, they're good to do with kids, and it's one of my favorite ways for people to get more potassium. And it's really great for parents in those moments where you're like, oh, I kind of feel like I need like a little pick me up, but it's really nourishing for your adrenals and it's going to support your energy and your stress capacity. So when we have enough potassium, it prevents energy crashes, brain fog, mood swings. Again, would that make you a better parent? Right? Yeah. Potassium is so critical for cellular energy. Literally every cell in your body needs potassium to show up and function, right? A lot of times I'll see people who are struggling with thyroid health and they don't have enough potassium, and your potassium is what fuels and allows thyroid hormone to get in and out of the cell. So a lot of times, again, thinking about like sluggishness, feeling just like we don't have the energy to do what we want to do. Again, I talked about my upbringing. My mom had thyroid issues, and I remember she always had to take a nap like every day. And it was so hard because we'd want to go out and play and be with her and do things. And she was always really sleepy. And I know as a parent that like the more energy I have, the better I'm able to show up because it's a lot of work parenting these little kids, you know? And so the more energy I have, the more I feel like I have to give. So really love when people focus on potassium for that cellular energy, adrenal function, blood sugar balance, all the things. Okay. So make your adrenal cocktails and start to feel the benefits of the potassium. The next mineral I want to talk about gets a bad rep. Okay. They are like the kid who everyone's parents is like, yeah, like I heard that they, got kicked out of school and they got suspended. And like, I don't want my kid hanging out with their kid. But it's all wrong. It's all like libel and slander. And it was based on lies. And it's sodium. Okay. Sodium, sodium, sodium. I could pull for hours articles online about why sodium is bad for you. And I could edit them to say, chemical sodium is bad for your heart. Real sodium, okay? And we're going to talk about the difference. Real salt is critical for life. There were literally wars fought over salt in history. It is amazing to me how we have allowed diet dictocrats to tell us that salt is bad for us while they pump foods that they sell you that tell you are good for you that are not with fake salt that is bad for you and tell you real salt isn't good for you. I mean, that could be another talk for another day. Anyways, sodium is so important. So I want you to think about what kind of salt you have in your home. If it is called Morton's table salt, or if it is any sort of processed salt, if it says with iodine added, I want you to go over to your cupboard, take it, walk over to your trash can, toss it away, go out and get some real salt. Now, there's a couple brands that are like, I can say their brand names if you need that, but it's really about, does it have color? Does it have texture? A real sea salt should have like a little bit of like almost wetness or something to it, a little bit of color, maybe gray, maybe almost a little blue, maybe pink if it's a Himalayan pink salt, Redmond's real salt. And all of that is the minerals. All of that is the trace minerals. What happens when you're buying chemically processed salt is they pull all of the minerals out of it. They sell it to a supplement company, and then they add iodine back in because they have to. And they add also a few other chemicals to make it more shelf stable. And then they give it to you. Like, it's not real. We want real salt. So if you're eating good real salt, approximately 1 to 2 teaspoons a day is like a sweet spot for most people. If you're already pretty deficient, sometimes you need more. Just start paying attention to how much salt you have. When I tell people 1 to 2 teaspoons a day and they actually start paying attention to how much salt, it's like, okay, maybe 1/8 of a teaspoon on my eggs in the morning. Maybe I cooked some soup for dinner and I put a teaspoon in the whole pot, but that fed all 4 of us, right? So that's only 1/4 teaspoon. And when they start adding it up throughout the day, it's like, ooh, okay, I'm definitely actually not getting that much. So what I recommend doing is actually starting to put the salt on the table and add salt to your food after it's already been cooked. Like, continue to salt it, and slowly, even over just a few days, your taste buds are going to start to change. And then if you don't start adding it more on the table and you eat it plain, you're going to be like, oh, this needs salt. Your body will quickly adapt to it. And salt is, like I said, it is literally critical for everything in life. And the way I want you to think about it is the adrenal supporter. So our adrenals control our stress hormones, okay? This is where adrenaline is made. This is where cortisol is made. It's also where the precursors to reproductive hormones like DHEA are made. And when we have enough sodium and our adrenals are more regulated, it helps us regulate those stress hormones. It helps us regulate our blood pressure. It helps us regulate hydration. Sometimes when we don't have enough salt, we can notice like we'll feel dehydrated, maybe exhausted or tired. Maybe we're even craving salt. Our body is like, if you're someone who's like, oh yeah, like I totally crave potato chips, that's also a sign that you don't have enough. Your body will crave what it needs. Sometimes people will even feel like dizzy when standing, but mostly I just see fatigue. If you are feeling tired, a lot of times it's not getting enough sodium. And so it's really important to get, like I said, good quality Himalayan salt, pink salt, Redmond's real salt, something like that, Celtic sea salt, Baja Gold sea salt, etc. And even like Trader Joe's has real salt. They have a bunch of fake salts, and then they have, the real one that comes in the little crock with the uh, cork top. Okay, so you just got to look. It's everywhere. Um, and a quick, bone broth, like meat stocks, olives, fermented foods, all of these things are used with salt. So that's another way to get them in upon, other than just salting your food. And also another little way, a little tip is salting your water. So when you drink water throughout the day, just add like literally a little pinch, 1/8 of a teaspoon or something to your water. And you'll notice that you feel more hydrated actually than if you were just drinking water alone. So get your salt. All the things that have been shared about it are lies. It matters what kind of salt quite a bit. Okay. I want to briefly talk about 2 more minerals, and then I can kind of give you an example of what a day in the life looks like and answer some questions. So I know I'm coming up on time. I'm going to be fast. So the first one is copper. Who here has like ever even thought that you have copper in your body? Like, I feel like most people are just like, oh yeah, that's the cup like a Moscow Mule comes in. Like, I don't know anything else other than about copper. Or maybe like I know someone had copper pipes stolen from a construction site once, right? Like, I feel like most people don't know what copper is. The copper is the mood and iron regulator. Okay. It's really essential for energy production, dopamine regulation, and your iron metabolism, which really plays a role in energy. And it works really well with vitamin A to prevent burnout and brain fog. And so when we don't have enough, we'll have things like brain fog and other like mental health disorders sometimes can even be presented as like, whether that's anxiety, depression, or even going further into like bipolar disease, things like that, can be a copper imbalance. And so if we have an imbalance of copper, it can be fatigue, low motivation, hormone imbalances, all of these things. And the thing about copper is it's like Goldilocks. You don't want too much. You don't want not enough. You just want the right amount. And the key to having the right amount is actually not in copper. It's in vitamin A. So it's a little bit of a trick there. And most people don't get enough of vitamin A because you want to know what vitamin A is most present in? Liver. I had to put that in the chat myself because I get so excited about liver. Liver. It is like the most important food you could ever eat in your entire life, and no one is eating it anymore. If you go back, I bet you your grandparents ate liver several times a month, like it was something that would just everyone ate. It was more common. In indigenous communities, again, it is prioritized for preconception, postpartum, children, even lions. If you look at lions in nature, so what happens is the women lion go hunt and then the men lion come eat. I'm not saying I promote this part, but the men lion come eat. And you want to know what the male lions eat? They eat the organ meats because they know that they're the most nutrient dense. And then they leave the muscle meat for everyone else. But nowadays in our modern environment, we've suddenly decided that the muscle meats are for everyone, are like the best parts, and then the organ meats just get thrown away. Go to your butcher, get some liver. It is going to be the biggest thing to help you get, sorry, I have something in my eye. It's going to be the biggest thing to help you get more copper and vitamin A to help it move and groove and do all the things it's supposed to do. So beef liver, other sources of this, if you're like, God, I could never eat liver. Shellfish is a really great source of copper, but not necessarily vitamin A. And then dairy it's a decent source if the cows are coming from happy cows is a good source of vitamin A, particularly like raw cheese, things like that. And so I know I'm getting close to time, but I just get so excited. So I want to talk about one more thing, calcium. Okay. Calcium, most people just think about calcium as like, oh, there's calcium in my milk. So calcium is really important. And the thing that I wanted to share about calcium is really almost like a call to action. So I can always tell. So I mentioned I do these hair mineral analysis tests where I'm looking at people's tissue mineral through their hair. And I can always tell when I'm going to have someone who's going to come back with what I call a calcium shell. And it's because they seem to be very stressed out about kind of average things. Do you know this person, or are you this person where you're just like, if one more thing happens, like I'm not going to be able to handle it, or like the teller at the bank is like talking to this guy for too long and it just super stresses you out, or just like kind of like everyday stuff. It's like pushes you over the edge. And a lot of times these people will have what's called a calcium shell. And that means that their body, due to either a traumatic experience or stress, is pulling calcium out of the bone and putting it in the soft tissue and basically creating like a calcified shell around the cell. And then because of that, the cell can't get nutrients in and out. And I find that I see this a lot in parents. A lot of times it happens to moms after a traumatic birth experience and that hasn't been resolved. It can also just happen if you're like really stressed out. So I wanted to just like share that as a offering of like, if you're like, oh, I recognize myself in that, please reach out to me because it's such an amazing way. What we do is we use vitamin K2, which is found in things like butter and fermented foods, to make sure that we break it up. But depending on how high that calcium shell is, sometimes we need to do a little bit more. So those are the minerals that I really want you to be thinking about when it comes to stress management. Celia, I know I technically had until 9:30. Do I need to go, or do I have like one more minute? I'm fine if you tell me I'm done.
You don't need to go.
Okay.
You can have one more minute.
I just want to be respectful of the time.
We're
Okay.
going to fix some liver, and
Great.
then we're going to eat a little liver, and you keep talking.
I've got pate in my fridge. We'll just like come bring it out with
That's
some
all right.
apple
But
slices.
us Jewish people, we love chopped liver.
We do.
So chop your liver and add eggs, and it tastes much better.
It really does. And just like a reminder, like I think a lot of people are like, oh, my kids would never eat that. Like kids are actually the most important for it. And what we do with our pate is we actually roll it into these like little balls for my son. And we make these like little liver balls and he has fun like eating them. And so there's lots of like creative ways to get it in. You can mix it in with meatballs or meatloaf, things like that.
Who doesn't love a good liver ball?
Yeah. That's the highlight of this talk. Who doesn't love a good liver ball? So basically I just wanted to like give you a highlight reel of like, well, okay, what does this look like day to day? Okay. So we really want to think about things like how do we help replenish and maintain these foods, these mineral levels. So the first one is we rebuild with food. Okay. Having daily mineral rich snack meals and snacks. Here, I'm going to give you some ideas. So the first one is like in the morning, having eggs with avocado and some fresh juice and some really mineral rich salt. For lunch, it's like protein with root vegetables and fermented veggies. When we eat ferments, a reminder, fermented foods are not optional. Our bodies evolved with them over thousands of years. We need them. It also makes the nutrients and the minerals more available. In the afternoon, you could have something like coconut water and kefir and bee pollen as a little smoothie kind of snack. In the evening, maybe you're having some grass-fed meat or liver or shellfish and roasted potatoes and greens. If you eat mostly whole foods, and focus on nutrient dense ones, you're going to be in a really good place. And then we really want to think about those beverages. So water isn't enough. We need those electrolytes, adding salt to our water, getting some cream of tartar and potassium, maybe having, those adrenal cocktails, the orange juice, the coconut water, the sea salt, adding in some of those fun things. Maybe making meat stock or bone broth as a daily staple in your house because it's so mineral rich. And just remember that mineral loss happens through stress. So the nervous system support is key. It's a little bit of like the chicken and the egg. The minerals support the nervous system, and the nervous system support your mineral levels. So this is why I thought it was so relevant to bring this in for the Day of Calm. And just really thinking again about that magnesium specifically for better sleep, for better nervous system regulation, breath work, Epsom salt baths, sun exposure will help you get more use out of your minerals, all the things. So these simple shifts in your diet and hydration can make a huge difference in how you feel. And I really know, because I see it daily, that prioritizing minerals is an act of self-care that benefits your entire family. It's trickle down wellness, okay? Start with yourself and let it trickle down to your kids and the rest of your family. So I'm curious, like, which of these minerals do you think you need the most right now? Send it to me in the chat. I'm really curious. And then what is your one mineral upgrade you're going to do today? Are you going to go get new sea salt? Are you going to make an adrenal cocktail? Are you going to like look up some potassium rich foods and make sure you're getting more of them? I'm really curious to know. And if you want to go deeper on this, send me a message. Okay. Like helping parents totally transform their parenting experience on a cellular level by helping their minerals be more balanced so they can show up in the world as like this, there's no such thing as a perfect parent, but a more present parent and a more patient parent. Hit me up.
And a more calm parent and a more calm human. So, like, this is not just if you're not a parent, you can
Oh,
see through this examination of the minerals you need and that you don't get how it changes your personality and your mood. I mean, it's crazy because it's like so simple. It seems simple, you know, that with just a change of diet and not even like changing your diet, but changing what's going into you. And it's something to think about for your kids
yeah.
because their diet affects their moods, their behaviors, all these things. So it is like vitally important. I have a book called, it's somewhere. Oh, it's up there. It's up there. Special Diets for Special Kids. And
Mm,
that's because so many of the problems that a lot of kids that have challenges, the problems that they have too many have a lot to do with what they're eating or what they're not eating. And so, you know, that's something to consider in your parenting is what are you missing and what are they missing? What's your favorite thing that your kids like, Stephanie?
like my favorite thing for their nutrition or like my favorite thing
Yeah,
in
like
living
what
space.
they actually like. Like of the things that you said, like the little drinkies, what'd you call them?
The
Little
adrenal
drink.
cocktail.
Yeah, little
Yeah.
cocktails, mocktails.
Yeah, I actually don't. I mean, your kids will love those. My son is 2, and so I'm really mindful about his sugar intake, and those are awesome, but they're a little bit sugary. And since he's not, so he actually doesn't drink adrenal cocktails with us, but he will when he's older.
Right.
They're not alcoholic, but there's still an age limit for me with those. But my son's actually favorite thing these days that is like so amazing and nutrient dense is I make pancakes, and there are 3 ingredients. Okay, bone marrow, eggs. Well, I guess there's 4 ingredients. Bone marrow, eggs, a little bit of mashed up kabocha squash, but you could do that with any sort of, you could do a banana, you could do whatever. And then salt and cinnamon. And he goes crazy for them. Pancakes, pancakes. And, he dips them in kefir. They're super yummy. And there's no sugar, there's no refined grain. They look and feel like pancakes. They're not going to be exactly like the IHOP pancakes, if that's what you're
Right.
comparing them to, but they're delicious and he loves them and they're super mineral rich. And so, yeah.
So great. So great. And I make smoothies in the morning And I always tell people, ask me what's not in them, not what's in there, because there's
Mm,
everything in them, including bone broth. So like all of that, if you're like, well, how do I add this to something? Add it to a smoothie. I mean, mine has vegetables and fruits and all that stuff in it. But if they, if they're in like a fruit stage or something, that's going to, yeah, I mean, it's not going to taste like beef broth,
totally.
you
One of
know?
my favorite things, speaking of like meat stock, so is I make a meat stock, which is basically like bone broth, but a little bit different, more collagen rich. Um, a meat stock hot chocolate. It kind of tastes like a like when you dip your French fry in your milkshake, and it's like that's what it gives the vibe of, and it's so yummy. You just heat up some meat stock, and then you pour a little bit of whatever milk of choice, a little bit of salt and cacao in a blender. So divine. Yeah. So like dip it in
Mushrooms
hot
do that
chocolate
too.
with it.
Mushrooms make it look like chocolate and it thickens it.
Cool.
Does it taste like chocolate? I'm not so sure it tastes like chocolate,
This one actually tastes like hot
but
chocolate. It's just like kind of salty hot chocolate. Like I don't know, but in a good way. So
sounds
yeah.
good. Sounds good. And like my base is always coconut water and coconut milk instead of just water or just milk. And that coconut water, you need like a cup of coffee in the afternoon, drink a coconut water, and you'll find out you'll feel the same burst of energy.
It's all that
So
potassium, baby.
thank you for all that, Stephanie. That was just so informative and so great and so much that people don't know. So reach out to Stephanie. Tell everyone one more time how they can reach out to you, please.
Yeah. So and I can put it in the chat too. So you can either send me an email at stephanie@brightbeanhealth.com. And or if you are on Instagram, you can come say, hey, Stephanie Adler Wellness. And I love connecting with people. Like if something I said surprised you, if you have a strong opinion one way or the other about anything I said, just come say what's up and tell me about it and let's talk. That's the best part about this online community and world is like we have the ability to meet people all over the world. So come say hi.
Wonderful. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate you being here. Hope you
Thank
can
you.
stay on for longer. And if you can, hope you can rewatch and everything.
I will. Thank you, Celia.
Well, back to our lineup. By the way, guys, Anita's quilt is hanging right behind me. So this is her quilt. Lots of little people on it. X's. It's an X. I don't know if you can tell it's an X theme for love. This is the back of the quilt, the world with all the little heads around it. It's beautiful. The first one that donates $1,000, it's yours in the United States. If it's outside the United States, you're gonna have to pay for shipping. So go, Stephanie. Have a good, I forgot. She has a busy day ahead. She has lots of progress. So before I bring up our next speaker is supposed to start at 11:45. Okay, so Raj, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes because I want to bring up Wendy because Wendy was stuck in traffic and missed our like huge conversation that was me, not me and Wendy. So if we can bring Wendy into the picture, please, tech humans. And sorry about the tech glitches, but tech stuff goes on. So, and we don't get upset about it. Go ahead, you can run that.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Wendy, can you hear me? Hi, honey.
Yes, well done, Claire. Thank you, Celia.
So we just have a brief conversation, then maybe we can talk some more at the end or, plug in somewhere else. And Raj, sorry for the delay. I sent you a little message to apologize for the delay.
Oh, it's
But
fine.
we go with the flow. Why? Because we're very calm. We're very calm and stuff happens. And when stuff happens, we don't want to get all upset. But I want to
Oh,
introduce
yeah.
Wendy because she is my amazing, dear, dear friend. And she is, as we like to say, doing God's work like all of us are, because her community, as she had mentioned earlier, really needs her words of wisdom. But I want to tell you who Wendy is. Wendy is recognized as Africa's leading parenting coach in Africa. You know how big that place is? Big. So she's making like moving mountains. She's the founder of the International Parent Academy, an organization dedicated to equipping parents with the tools to raise their children intentionally amidst evolving societal values. As an accomplished author and major league, I mean, she's written some major books. Wendy has written several is not the right thing. Lots and lots and lots of best-selling parenting books, including Connect to Correct, Walking Your Child Through Puberty, The Discipline That Works, From Yelling to Calm, uh, Education Like a Pro, I think that's what it's called. Her publications have effectively sold over 500,000 copies worldwide. In addition to her writing, Wendy leads an online community called The Intentional Parent, which boasts over 110,000 members. Wendy, she is making an impact. She just celebrated her 40th birthday. Four decades of, I told her I could be her mother. And I could because my daughter is almost
Mm-hmm.
43. So
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Wendy, I'm so glad you're here. I know we don't have a lot of time right now, but I wanted to introduce you um, before we got into too much more because she works the peaceful parenting around the globe with me. I with her, her with me, and we make a lovely team. Wendy, how are you, my dear?
Thank you so much, Celia, and thank you. Congratulations to all of us. The day of calm is here. Um, it's interesting. I met Celia online, and then we went ahead to meet. I've been to Celia's house twice, and I think I'm going to also be there this year again. Going to be in your house again this year.
Yes, you will. Yes, because I think you're doing your program like 2 miles from my house.
Yeah, in 2 months from here, and it's going to be in Maryland. Talking about calm, it's something that we can't just talk about enough. It's needed in our everyday parenting, and because parenting is one thing that can have a lot of the triggers from everywhere. I don't know if you've been one of those people who say to yourself, "Oh, when I get married and have my children, I'm not going to raise my voice." And then you find yourself having children, and here you are. And then something happens and you're overwhelmed, and everywhere it's up in flames, and you're wondering what happened. Because where we're coming from, we need to intentionally build a system where we do not repeat the things that actually eventually affected us in the process of parenting us. So calm is one thing that we need to build, and calmness is a skill. That's something I had to learn the hard way myself. Calmness is a skill. Calmness is not the absence of chaos. It is a skill you build. How you are able to manage your stability in chaos. That's what actually proves that you are calm. I usually say that your ability to the quest for you to actually determine, right, if you are calm or not is not in your testimony, it is in your trials. It is when you have issues, when that child isn't behaving well, when that child is throwing a tantrum, when that child is struggling with you, when that child is talking back. It is in those moments you can actually determine, am I a calm parent or am I a chaotic parent? The choice will be yours in those times. And if everything is just all going well, and you think that you have calmness because there are everywhere there's no trial, then of course that's not tested. So your calmness is only tested in the face of your trials in your parenting. What trials do you have? That is what is going to determine how much you've been able to build the skill of calm. Thank you again, Celia. I guess that someone will need to take off from here. as we
Yeah,
move on.
but I thank you so much because that is so true. When I teach yoga to children and parents, and you know, I would always the reason part of the reason I teach them together, mainly all my FunFit programs are with parents, is that I want parents to realize that when they're doing yoga, when they're getting into meditative and relaxed states, taking noise and the chaos of children out of the picture is not reality.
Hmm.
You master the calm of yoga or some other practice amidst the chaos. When things are going on, if you can calm yourself, you've got it. If you can stay calm and not get upset. We had some, IT glitches before. We could have been like, oh my gosh, we have IT glitches. Or we could just be like, well, let's fix them and keep going. Nothing's perfect, and no
Hmm.
one is perfect.
That's right.
But grasping and understanding how you can stay calm, personally responsible, like I talked about before, in every situation is a gift and a skill, like you said, Wendy.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your insight. So if you
Yes.
need to reach Wendy, Wendy, say how people can reach you. Wendy is out of Nigeria, right? There's
Mhm.
like another city,
No, I'm in Abuja, Nigeria.
Abuja.
So
I knew there was something else.
Abuja, Abuja is the capital of Nigeria, so the Federal Capital Territory. That's where I live. And if you want to reach me, I usually say humorously, I'm the only Wendy Ologe in the world. So if you put Wendy Ologe, it's only me that's going to appear. Yeah. So if you want to
That's like
reach me,
Celia Kibler.
Wendy Ologe. And if you put the intentional parent, I'm sure that, my face is going to pop out at some point in all of the conversations online globally. Thank you again, Celia,
Thank you,
for
Wendy,
the
for being here. I'm always grateful for your participation and your drive to make the International Day of Calm and Day of Calm Foundation, who Wendy is also on our board of directors, make it, the best it can be and really reach as many people as we can reach. Thanks, honey. Okay, so our next speaker, we're going to be talking about confidence and how confidence can create calm.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Raj,
Celia, hello.
how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for welcoming me here. I'm so happy, delighted to be a part of this, which you've created. So far, it's been very powerful. And so I'm excited to be a part of this.
Well, I'm grateful you are. I'm very grateful you are. Wait, again, Raj and I met I don't know, a couple years ago, I guess.
Yeah,
And
maybe 2 years ago.
it is, I will tell you, the blessing of Zoom and places like that, that we are able to meet people from all walks of life, all around the world. And it really saved connection, saved sanity during COVID because we were able to connect and meet people. So, and didn't keep us like stuck in our houses. But before we let Raj talk about confidence, I just want to tell you a little bit about him because he is a pretty fabulous human. Raj is a filmmaker, professor, and confidence coach with a passion for storytelling and personal transformation. With over 2 decades of experience in the creative industry, he has directed films, taught screenwriting, and helped countless individuals craft compelling narratives, both in their work and their lives. Having overcome immense personal adversity, including multiple spinal surgeries and struggles with self-esteem, Raj now empowers career-driven women to break through self-doubt, build unshakable confidence, and step into their full potential. His coaching blends storytelling, psychology, and leadership strategies to help clients communicate with impact and achieve success. Raj is going to be talking about the confidence to create calm, how self-worth shapes a peaceful world. Welcome, Raj.
Well, thank you. So my most important client is 5 years old. And I learn from her every single day as much as I try to teach her. I have a daughter named Zara. She's my best friend and motivates me on a daily basis. So a couple of days ago, we were talking, and there's a kid in her pre-K class that has a speech impediment. And she said she didn't want to play with him. And the other kids, they have a little clique already in pre-K. And they were kind of alienating him because he talked weird. He's like, Dad, I don't understand what he's saying. He's rude and I don't like it. And I said, Zara, what's wrong with him? He's like, well, he doesn't speak right. Well, I found out that this child has a speech impediment and just has difficulty communicating. So I told Zara, look, we all have some flaws. We all have things about ourselves that don't work quite right. And I had a lot of those when I was younger, and I'll go into that. And I said, instead of pushing him away, try to find the things in him that might be different, positive. Don't look at what's wrong with him, that he can't speak properly. Look at the things that he can do. And I taught her that, I said, we always talk about how smart kids are. You got to read, you got to do math, you got to be artistic, you got to be athletic. But empathy and kindness are like superpowers. And I said, Zara, you have to be empathetic and kindness because that will make me as proud as all of your other achievements. So today, when I was taking to her school, she said, Dad, this kid that day said a word the right way. And I told him, good job. And I told the teacher that he said the word the right way. And the teacher was very happy. And she said, empathy, right? Well, she didn't know how to say it. I said, yeah, empathy, when you care about someone else. And she said, Dad, we're on the same page. So I really think that's important because growing up, I had a spinal disorder. And from a young age, I felt broken. I felt not enough. I was kind of like a robot running low on batteries, not really functioning properly. And all I wanted to do was fit in. I wanted to blend in. I wanted to be the same as everyone else. But instead, I felt flawed and always wanted to be fixed. And I kept looking at all the things that I couldn't do. I couldn't run. I wasn't athletic. Gym class was a nightmare. I just was not physically capable. My right hand didn't work a certain way. And I just was so focused on my own inability to do things. I ignored what I call the seeds of potential. We all have things that we're good at, that we are special in, but so many times we overlook that because we're so focused on the things that we can't do, the things that we wish we could do. And I was the same way. Multiple surgeries, physical therapy, this kind of, let's try this, let's try this. I felt that if I fix myself, my life would be better. But then when I really had that resolution of, I had to shift my perspective. I had to rewrite my narrative. And that's what I teach my clients and people that I work with, that we all make a story about ourselves of who we are, what we can do, our strengths and our weaknesses. And so many times when that story of us is focused on the negative, it really brings us down. It brings our self-worth down. And when I shifted my perspective and opened this hand that had my seeds of potential, my creativity, my ability to write, my ability to connect with people, my empathy for others, all of a sudden my life started to change. Instead of feeling so flawed and broken, I started to feel empowered. And I started to feel better about myself, and the world opened up. And I realized for so many years, I had missed so many opportunities because when an opportunity came my way, I would just shy away from it. I didn't want to go to that thing. I didn't want to be seen this way. Oh, what if they see me walk? What if, they judge me? And I was so afraid of being judged for being different and broken. I was doing myself a disservice because I was saying no to so many things. And once I embraced the things that I was good at and really nurtured those seeds, watered those seeds, spent time with those seeds, they flourished and new doors of opportunity opened up. And I could actually then, be empathetic because it's really hard for us to care about someone else or worry about someone else when we're so stuck in our own self-worth that's low and broken. And so when I'm working with clients, and for the last 2 years since I met Celia, I've been helping couples. I've been doing couples coaching, and they blame each other, and there's a lot of dysfunction in these relationships. And then when we really break it down, boil it down, the individuals are suffering with their own self-esteem issues. They are bringing their own brokenness into the relationship, and the symptomatic issues of what they're going through is surfacing in the relationship and causing all this pain, which they blame on the other person. But actually, once they start to heal themselves and empower their own personal narrative, things start to change. There's been so much research that shows that self-esteem, low self-esteem, is directly correlated to aggression and negativity and hostility. So when we feel low about ourselves and our self-esteem is low, we're putting negative energy into the world. We are the source of negative influences and forces, and we might not be treating other people the way we should. And so what I really feel is important is we got to first reframe our personal narratives, dig into adversities and things we've been through. I feel a lot of people think, we all have struggles in our lives and we just have to move past them, right? Get over your adversity, right? Get over your problems. But I think it's important to actually dig into those adversities and problems and think about, what did you learn? What did you gain from those issues? For me, I've been through spinal surgeries and physical therapy and lots of pain and trauma. And what did I gain from that? One, it's given me a sense of being not jostled when things in life happen, right? When something minor happens, it doesn't shake me up because I've been through some real hardship. It's built my sense of humor because so much of my life I had to learn to laugh at how ridiculous life is or what I could not do. I remember when I was laying in the hospital after one of my surgeries, I couldn't laugh because I just couldn't move my neck, and I would make jokes, and I would make the nurses laugh. That was like I was testing my stand-up routine, but it was a lay down routine because I was laying in bed. And they said, how could you find this funny? And I said, well, if I don't find this funny, it's just going to be worse. At least if I can make you laugh, I'm bringing some joy, and it makes me happy that I can make you laugh. It's also taught me how to differently do different things in my life. There's so many simple things in life that I can't really do because certain things in my body don't work. And I've always had to figure out alternate ways to do simple tasks And I think that's really made me kind of in a, MacGyver in everyday life. If you guys may not know MacGyver, but yeah. So because of the things I've been through, it's given me these tools. It's also given me a real boost in my writing because a lot of my characters are flawed or somewhat um, different, and they have to get through and they have to succeed and triumph. So I always tell folks, what have you been through in life that you think was all negative, that was all bad? Look into that because you've gained skills and tools and insights that you could leverage in other parts of your life. And when you've been through these hardships, it teaches you empathy. And I think because of what I've learned, it helps me to walk in someone else's shoes and really understand what they're going through. And because I've now really taken hold of what makes me unique and different, it builds my confidence up, right? Another thing that I want to touch on is the fixed versus a growth mindset. A lot of times we put labels on ourselves, right? I'm short, I'm this, I'm that. And it really puts us in a fixed mindset, which we feel crippled by. And I think it's important to look at life through a growth mindset, that we are not one thing, we are not one label. We have the ability to grow and change and transcend situations that we might be in and get to a better place. And that true too adds to confidence because when you know by through action you could change and grow, it's helping your self-esteem. And when you help your self-esteem, your self-worth, it all builds towards growing confidence. And confidence also is not a fixed thing. It's not like you're born, oh, I'm confident. Oh, I'm not confident. You could build it with every little action you take. I mean, you see small beads of success, it builds your confidence. Like I remember a while ago, I used this example. I was making a bead necklace with my daughter in pre-K. And I'll tell you, my confidence level of building the bead necklace is very low because I, I was not doing a good job. But I felt that confidence is like that bead necklace. Every little action you take and every little moment of success you get, it's like a bead that you're putting on. It doesn't happen overnight, but as you take action and do things that maybe you're slightly uncomfortable in, you add a bead and slowly your confidence grows. And when you become confident, when you're in situations that might rile you up or shake you up, I feel like confidence is the trunk. It gives you stability. So instead of swaying crazy emotionally, it gives you some foundation to be firm, like a tree, strong tree, so that you don't become reactionary and you don't yell, you don't scream, you don't get agitated, right? And that's what I want to teach my daughter because as she grows up, if I could teach her the importance of self-worth and her own belief in her abilities, it's going to make her more confident. And by being more confident, she could put more positive energy into the world, right? So much of, I think, anger and hatred, it's not out of about people just wanting to be spiteful or evil. It's because they themselves are hurt, right? I think you said this, Celia, hurt people, right? And a lot of that hurt comes from their personal narrative and how they feel about themselves. And if we could help sculpt people's self-perception and help them find those nuggets, those seeds of potential, and say, hey, look at these aspects of your life that have so much promise, right? You have worth. once they feel worthy and belief in their own self-worth, now all of a sudden they're going to put more positivity into the world.
Yes. And there are so many little notes I wrote down to talk about because there's so many important things. Feeling worthy is is huge because when a child is raised under aggression, when a child is raised with yelling, with hitting, you eliminate that child's self-worth. They do not feel worthy. If you guys were here when we showed Anita, do you think anything about her feels like she's worthy of feeling good about herself, of being happy, of, thinking she's, a productive member of society, that she has worth? No, it's all destroyed. And and I love, the talk about confidence. You made such an excellent, I love the beating scenario because so many people think, well, I can't do that. I don't have confidence. And they think the confidence comes before the action. But the truth is, the
Yeah.
action creates the confidence. So if
Yeah.
you don't have the confidence to do something, you don't have the confidence to speak to somebody, spend 1 minute and speak into a camera. You don't have the confidence to tell your partner something, write a letter, get all your thoughts out, organize them, and say, can we just sit down and talk about one thing? Don't like bombard them with like all the problems of the world. And that step by step, if you take the first step, you're the first step into confidence. People that like look at speakers and they're like, oh, they're so dynamic. They didn't start dynamic. They started like blobs and like speaking like in monotone, and being anxious and being nervous. And all of those things are normal. It's through those steps of success that build the confidence. And even when you fail, I always say, what's the opposite of success? Everybody, if I ask you now to put in the comments, you're going to write failure. But it's actually not failure. Failure and mistakes are parts of success. The opposite of success is giving up. You give up, you're like, oh, I can't do this, forget it. No success. Did you want to say something as I'm
Yeah,
rambling?
and you know what, I want to reflect on something. Sometimes, people think, oh, he's so confident, right? Oh, she's so confident. Well, they're confident in this frame that you see them in, right? But I bet you there's other parts of their life they're not confident in. We all have some aspect of our life that we are really confident in, right? Someone who's really talented at making bead bracelets are super confident in that activity, but they may not be in other parts. And I think what we have to do is tap into the parts of our life that we are confident and say, look, I can do this. Okay, if I could do this, let me take a baby step over here and see if I could get a little bit more confident, a little bit more confident. I remember one of my biggest things that I found to be a struggle is walking in front of groups of people. Because I felt like if I had to get up, if I was, at some public event and I had to walk in front, everyone would just watch me walk. And I don't walk normally. And so many times I would just not raise my hand, not take that step, not do that, and just be invisible. And then I really decided I'm gonna take this step. I'm gonna do it. And in several situations, I did get up. I took a few steps. I walked a little bit. I walked a bit. And as I did it, yeah, I was nervous. I felt butterflies in my stomach and I hated it. But when I got to where I needed to get to, no one else knew it. But I was like, wow, I climbed a mountain. It might have been 4 steps, but that was my Mount Everest.
And
And
now you're a college professor and you
yes,
walk in front of students all the time.
yeah, I've spoken in front of big groups and festivals and whatnot. And now I'm able to do it. But it's like muscle. It's like going to the gym. You've got to work on it. And when you work on it, it will improve. It will. I think that's the importance of knowing that it is possible. you must believe and have a growth mindset that you can build your confidence. And there's many different tools and tactics and strategies that you could do. And truly, I think confidence is like the greatest superpower. Because when you're confident, I mean, there's moments when I'm before a class where I have to teach a class, something happened in my personal life and I wasn't prepared. Like I just frazzled. And there's a moment of, oh my gosh. But then I click into, you know what? I've done this a million times. I'm going to open my mouth and stuff's going to come out and it's going to be all right. So it's the belief that I can do it because I have done it.
It's that possibility. It's that
Yeah.
believing it's possible, believing there is a chance that this could work out. And what's great about that scenario, too, if you relate it to children like your daughter, and, you know, we often, as humans, for ourselves, for our children, we focus on the negative. We're busy focusing on what's not going right. My kids are always fighting. My kids are always doing things, and we're not focusing on what is going right. Kids, for the most part, do things right, and so do you. You know, I don't know if you were here, and I'm going to bring up Anita's thing again, but I don't remember
Yeah,
if
I
you
was
were there
here.
earlier and you saw you did see it
Yeah, I
when she
was
was
here.
talking about burning up that pot. So she had burned up a pot because she went into her craft room and she forgot. She went back. She forgot to set the alarm, and it didn't catch on fire. It just pots burn. And the whole conversation around, have you ever done that before? No. And yet that pot, like in her mind, made her a horrible cook, made her insecure, incapable, when she's proven for almost 80 years she got me burning a pot. My kids would just be like, that's why you don't go in the kitchen, Mom. But actually, I just burned my dinner only just days ago. But but don't tell my kids, but now it's live and they're going to find out because they're only going to make fun of me. But that's okay. It's okay. I can deal with it. But anyway, the noticing what is going right is huge, because so often what's going wrong, like you say, is minimal, in the grand scheme of things. I will ask a client, so what did your child do right today? And they're like, honestly, I can't think of one thing. Literally, that's what they'll say. And I'll be like, okay, did they get up this morning? Yes. Were they on time? Yes. Did they brush their teeth? Yes. Did they get dressed? Yes. Were they on time? Yes. Did they eat breakfast? Yes. Did they leave for school? Yes. Were they on time? Yes. I'm like, bing, 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 bing. How many
Yeah.
things were that? That was like a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
And we haven't even, and we just left for school. And they did everything right. And you said nothing to them. You were so focused on what went wrong that the 99% of what went right is thrown out the window. And that's when kids feel like, I do
You're not
nothing right, I do
worthy.
everything wrong,
Yeah.
because no one takes notice of what's going right. And you do it to yourselves, just like Anita did. You beat yourself up because you're not perfect. Well, welcome to being human.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect.
I mean, I'll give you a quick example. When I get my student evaluations at the end of the semester, there'll be one student always who just hated the class, just hated it. That's the one that sticks, right? That's the one that sticks. I have to keep telling myself, no, no. What about all these other people that the problem is the ones that are happy usually don't write anything. They're just next, next, next. But it's the one person that has a problem that really decides to go in and fill out the little
It's like
box,
an
right?
essay.
Exactly, exactly. And I think it's common nature. I think it goes psychologically, it goes back to prehistoric days that we are always tuned out, tuned into danger, right? What is going to threaten us? And our brains are just wired to focus on the negativity as a defense mechanism. And we have to work at being positive minded. A lot of times, what I'll do when I wake up in the morning is before I get out of bed or check my phone, I'll just lay down in bed and just kind of think about five good things that are happening, that happened yesterday, that are happening today, maybe a good interaction I had, maybe some positive movement I made on a project, just to kind of remind myself, hey, you know what? Okay, these are five things. And it really helps me to kind of begin the day on a positive note because, like you said, we do think about the burn pots, right? And we should think about all the other stuff. No, we didn't
Right.
burn all these other pots. Why are we thinking about this one? And I think that's something that I encourage my clients to do, and I do for myself. And I want to, I think Zara's too young to wake up at 5 years old and try to list out five things that she's positive. But as she grows up,
Right.
I'm always going to be encouraging her, focus on the positives, focus on your talents, focus on the good things that are going on. And that's really going to shape your how you interact with the world. And yeah.
You can do what I call the morning three, and I offer my clients and Tranquility Tribers. Write the end of these three sentences. The first is, I am so grateful for, because gratitude, you know, you want to build appreciation, be grateful. And do this as a family. I am so grateful for, because a child's going to be like, I'm grateful for my puppy, I'm grateful for my mommy, my daddy, my stuffed animal, my little bear, they're going to, but the reason I say do it as a family, because your gratitude will grow and that will help their gratitude grow. I'm grateful for my dirty dishes because it means I have food to eat. I'm grateful for my laundry because it means I have clothes to wear. It's annoying, yes, but there are a lot of a lot of families that would kill to have laundry because
Mhm.
they don't have clothes to wear. They don't have food to eat. You
Yeah.
have to see the bigger picture. First sentence, I am so grateful for. Finish that sentence. Second sentence, I am, followed by only positive statements, not I am so stupid. I'm such an idiot. Those things we say to ourselves when we make a
Yeah.
mistake. How can I be such a moron? No, I am grateful. I am creative. I'm friendly. I am kind. I am going to ace my biology test. I am whatever. I'm determined. Whatever it is, two most powerful words in the English language. I am, because when you tell yourself something, your brain starts proving it true. I am confident.
Mhm.
Last one, wouldn't it be awesome if? And why is that one so awesome? Because you get to dream, you get to put it out there. Zara might be like, wouldn't it be awesome if we go to Disneyland next month? That
Yeah.
would be awesome. We're not going, but that would be awesome.
It's good to aim high.
It's good, right? Instead, we're going to the park down the street.
Yeah, yeah,
But feel free to call it Disney.
yeah.
But that's the thing. And when your kids say things, it's funny stuff they say. Do not ridicule it. Write that, whatever they say it. Wouldn't it be awesome if my hair was purple? That would be awesome. Again, maybe not this week, but when my daughter walked in at 16 years old and said she wanted her belly button pierced, wouldn't that be awesome? That would be awesome. And I said, that would be great, honey. But you know what? Not until you're 18. And then you can get your belly button pierced. And when she was 18, she turned that birthday, that morning, she walked in and said, Mom, come on, we're going to get my belly button pierced. I'm like, what? You remember that? Did I agree to this somehow? Anyway, going off topic. But one other thing I want to mention is many of my parents get a scoreboard that they use for their kids. And kids earn points for doing stuff right. And you'll get many parenting coaches, they'll say, no, you're bribing them. You don't need that. You shouldn't do that with kids, blah, 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 whatever they say that they're incorrect about. Because, of course, I wrote the manual. So, but what parents don't realize, and I explained to them, is that scoreboard is more for them than the kids, because that is my way of indirectly training them to notice the positive. Start seeing what your kids are doing right. The points don't matter as much as them turning around the way they see the world.
Yeah, I
Awkward
agree.
silence.
Well, I was agreeing with you, and
Octopus.
I was thinking to myself, that's a good point. It's not for the kid, it's for the parents.
Right. See, I
Yeah,
had you thinking. It's good
yeah,
when we have our thinking. Laughter, guys, the best medicine. You want to calm down? Nobody, know what Alan Alda says? Jenny, of you know who Alan Alda is? He hasn't died or anything. But MASH was like a great show in the 70s. And he was like the lead character. And he's hysterical and he's great. And he's done a lot of other shows since. Um, but he has a quote that when people are laughing, nobody's killing each other. And funny as that is, it's true. If you're having
yeah,
a good time, you're
yeah.
not stressing out, you're not violent, you're not raging, you're not, it's a great stress reducer. So laugh with yourself. And as a laughter yoga leader, I will tell you that fake laughter is just as good as real laughter to your brain, creates the same dopamine, all of that. So if you want to lift your spirits, start laughing. Your kids will laugh with you or at you. My
Yeah.
exams, they laugh at me, but they're still laughing, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I think one of the greatest joys is making people laugh. I mean, I'm secretly a closeted stand-up comedian. I've never actually done it, but one of these days, it's gonna happen.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Hold on 1 second, because talk more. Talk more.
Okay. Ask me a question.
Okay. So, oh wait, I have something to ask you on. Of course, I can't read my writing. Oh, so talk more about what thing in your brain, like what would you say switched your brain from thinking, I'm a mess, I'm embarrassed to be out in public, somebody's going to talk, like when I used to wear my brace, I'm so sick of adults asking me what happened and was I in a car accident. What made you all of a sudden say, you know what, I'm looking at this the wrong way?
Yeah, and
Did an event happen? Like what triggered that thought?
I don't think it was a singular moment. I think I just got to a point where 10 years ago I had my fourth spinal surgery. And after that surgery, I went into the surgery with a lot of hope and a lot of hope for dramatic changes. And the surgeon told me ahead of time, you know, Raj, the surgery is not going to make much of a change. It's just going to prevent it from getting worse, your condition from getting worse. And I said, yeah, yeah, yeah. But secretly, I held hope, right? And after the surgery, nothing changed. You know, I had to go through 6 months of recuperation and all that stuff, but my condition had not changed, and I was depressed. I was really hoping that this was going to make some change, and it didn't. And I just felt like all hope was lost. I was like, this was my last chance of and he said, this is it. There's nothing else surgically that can be done. And I was, one of my favorite movies is Shawshank Redemption, and there's
Oh,
a
such a
famous
good movie.
line in Shawshank where he says, "Hope is a dangerous thing,"
Yeah.
and in a way, I agree with that because what hope does is it puts control outside of you. You're just hoping for something. It is kind of disempowers you from your own actions because you're just waiting for something to happen. And I think during that period, during those months, I had to really like snap out of this hope. I was like, it's not going to get better physically for me. I had to make that realization. I was not physically going to get better. So I can't keep trying to fix myself. I have to now take my car was like a used car. It had non-factory parts. It clanked and clanked, and I could keep trying to fix this car, or I could just get in it and just drive along, just clunking along. At least I'm moving forward. And that's kind of, I think, when I decided, okay, I cannot hope for things to change or fix myself. And I decided to, okay, really lean into what can I do? And so it wasn't a overnight thing. It took some time to swing the pendulum the other way. And once I gave up the hope of trying to change something that I couldn't, and I feel like so many of our lives, we spend so much time focused on trying to change something we have no power over, and we ignore the things that we do have power over. And what I did was I put my energy into the aspects of life that I could change, right? I could take these small actions and do things that I was afraid to do. I could show up. I could lean more into who I was. I'll tell you one quickly. I met my wife almost 7, 8 years ago, I think now. Met her online, and she was from Sri Lanka on the other side of the planet. And up until this time, every relationship I've had, I've kind of felt such inadequacy because of my physical state, and I would hide it. I would I would talk to them. A lot of them I would, we would start the relationship online, and then I wouldn't talk about my issues. And then it was always that moment when I had to actually meet them for the first time, this moment of, oh, the act is up. Now they're going to see that, I'm not as normal looking as I do when I'm on a Zoom screen. But when I met my wife and I felt like I had this transformation, within the first call, I told her several things. I said, one, I'm not Hindu because she's very Hindu and I'm Catholic. And I told her I was older because I'm some years older. And I told her about my disability. I told her exactly what was wrong, what I couldn't do, and exactly the problems that I deal with. And now, years later, we're married and have this amazing daughter. She told me recently that was one of the most fundamental reasons why she was immediately uh, engaged by me, that I was not afraid to be vulnerable. You know, a lot of people think that vulnerability is a sign of weakness, but it's actually the opposite. Vulnerability is a sign of strength because you're willing to expose something about yourself that you feel weak about, something that you are not as confident in. You have to be confident to be vulnerable. And being vulnerable, it shows a sense of honesty. And that's what really, she said, drew her in. That I wasn't trying to hide or trying to put on a show or have any falsities. I just said, hey, this is me. This is what you get. If you want
Right.
it, cool. If not, no. And that's when I really felt that I had kind of transitioned from where I used to be, hiding myself because of my perceived brokenness, to saying, this is it. I'm a great package. I come with certain, oddities, and I'm kind of screwed, literally.
Technically, right,
But
literally.
but and I was fully confident to just speak on that. And I think if we can all be confident, be vulnerable, be honest with each other, it enables immediate uh, connections, right? Because we all have something that we feel are our weaknesses. And when you expose those and you share those honestly, it lets the guard down from the other person. They're like, oh, you're human, just like me. There's
Right,
something that you're vulnerable. There's something about you have some weaknesses and flaws. Guess what? So do I. Now
right.
let's connect. Now let's bond.
That's so It's so important, and it's probably a pretty big eye opener for most people. You just and it goes back to focus on what's right about you, and is what's wrong about you really wrong? It's what makes you you.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have, our little, it's like when they talk about people with disabilities, they're not really disabilities. They're different abilities. And, people with special needs, we're all special.
Yeah.
They're not, everyone's special and everyone has stuff.
Yeah.
And
And
that's what makes us unique.
And one of the things is that we always feel like that the spotlight is on us. Oh, they're gonna see the way I talk, see the way I look, see the way I walk. No one cares. Everyone is worried about their own
They're
stuff,
more worried about themselves than you.
right?
Right.
So
It's
no
our
one,
perception.
yeah. So no one is focused on your flaws as you think they are because they're focused on their own. So let's all be calm and
Exactly.
let's
So just let's all
relax.
calm down.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's all calm
Let's take a breath.
Yes.
So let's just relax. And with that, Raj, would you just give our listeners how they can reach out to you? I don't know if there are any questions. I didn't see any questions.
Yeah,
But
I don't know if the chat goes to everyone, but my
it doesn't go to
email is
everybody.
rise
There we go.
at rajcoaching.com. My website is rajcoaching.com, and my Instagram is rise.with.raj. So
A
yeah,
tongue
I'd love to
twister.
hear
And
from
if
you
you
if
can say it
anyone.
10 times real fast, you get, 10% off. Of course, that's not really true. So don't hold him to that. I just
So
made that up.
rise at rajcoaching.
Well, thank you, Raj, for being here. It was, a really enlightening talk and confidence. I think we all need confidence, and it comes from all different sources.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate the wisdom that you shared today and your
Well,
vulnerability.
thank you so much for having me, and I love every conversation we have.
Oh, me too. Me too. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. So everybody, I think we have a video to show you before we bring up our next speaker, and we'll also talk about donations and the ability to get this amazing handmade quilt over here that Anita made. There's love, there's kids, there's a big kids, there's a little world with little heads. That's the back of the quilt. It's beautiful. And she made it all by herself. She's an incredible quilter. So I think we have a video on a palm. Yes. Oh, so we're going to mention the donate now. So this is what you get. You get everything, donate that amount, and you get everything before it too. You don't just get that. You get everything before. Free trips. You guys want to travel? You get a free trip. If you donate $100, you literally get a free 3-day, 2-night stay in either Mexico, Jamaica, or Dominican Republic, I believe. You do have to get yourself there, and you do have to pay a very small tax, which is like $150 or something like that. But this stay is an all-inclusive, and it is free. I hear noise. And it is free. So please donate. Please help these kids. Can we run the video? There we go. Of Rescue a School. I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Raj.
Sometimes they leak a lot, especially during rainy season. It is a rainy season, by the way, as per now. You can see. This is primarily 4. I think here you can see our classes are attacked by termites, and anytime we expect them to collapse. You can see how termites attack them. Yeah, these are the classes where children study from.
This classroom, but it doesn't hold words.
When it rains, classes become wet, cold, and this makes chats damage.
My name is Mary Given. I live in a poor condition house. We fetch water from ponds. We do not have electricity at home. When I'm coming to school, I eat cassava and sometimes I spend the whole day without eating, and this causes poor performance in class.
I would like to be an engineer, yet I walk long distance and reach school late.
I would like to be a nurse, yet I don't have books to read.
My name is Ainaman Arnold. I would like to be a heart surgeon, yet I don't have enough books to read.
I would like to be a teacher, yet I walk a long distance and reach school late.
My name is Kasane Esther. I would like to be a doctor, yet I don't have enough school supplies.
My name is Asima Bashir. I would like to be a lawyer, yet I'm an orphan.
Please donate. Anything you give will help these kids. And their homes where they live, if it wasn't for this school, there would be a different story. They recently had one of their 6-year-olds brutally murdered in his own home. Many of them are orphaned because there's a huge AIDS epidemic. The girls are sold to early marriage to raise money for their families because they need money, so they sell their daughters young. They work in the fields if they didn't have school. And the closest school without this school is miles and miles away, and most of these kids don't have shoes. So I really encourage you to give any amount you can. We are grateful for it all, even $1. We're grateful for. I mean, if we have 500 people that give $1, that's $500 that feeds these kids for one semester. Please, please, please give. Go to dayofcalm.org, hit the donate button. Let's get ready for our next speaker.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Ali.
What's up, sis?
Welcome. So our next speaker is an amazing human, so like giving and compassionate and a great dad and husband, like one of the best husbands. Like you need to follow him just to read all the wonderful things he says about his wife on a regular basis. But let me tell you what he does and who he is. Ali Madawi is a seasoned entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of Madawi Enterprises, M-E. With over 15 years of experience in global sales and a multilingual, omni-channel approach, Ali has successfully scaled multiple organizations globally, achieving significant revenue growth. He is also the author of the globally recognized book, The Lying Network Marketer, which has achieved over 100,000 downloads. Ali is known for his innovative approach to business solutions, including social media management, public relations, and digital solutions through his ventures like the Me Studios and Madawi Enterprise. His passion for mentorship and leadership has earned him accolades such as Top Thought Leader and CEO rankings. His topic is embracing transformative moments the power of authentic connections. I give you Ali Madawi.
You're far too kind. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great, and you are wonderful.
Beautiful. Thank you for everybody that is making this event as exciting as it is. Accolades aside, what I take pride and joy in is what made me who I am. What you didn't hear in an introduction is that this kid was homeless for 3 years. What you didn't hear is, the children that you're hearing about. I was born and raised in Morocco, in a third world country. What you didn't hear is a child that was physically and sexually abused from the age of 5 till the age of 7.5, that vividly remembers every single moment of life, if you will. What you didn't hear is, 3 years of homelessness in a third world country and hustling to maintain God and core values, and you look up and you're like, why me? What did I do wrong, right? And the transformative side, what you didn't hear is a kid who at the age of 19 attempted to take his life, and it was for just a dumb moment, having an argument on the phone that formed into, like, I'm not worthy kind of a feelings. And which brings me to this conversation. I am many of the people that are around the world that I was very, very lucky that I, transformed my life to the good. But there are many people who are still suffering. And I'm not even gonna lie to you, like, it's a process, right? Like I have, and I am till this point right now, right before your eyes, I am still working on healing. I am still working on, finding the happy side. There are still things that make me angry that, just a couple of minutes ago, I wanted to throw the computer out. I was having technical issues and technical difficulties. And I tell you this just to let you know that, if you are in any way, shape, or form, that still child within, like for me, it's my 5-year-old within is still always in here. He cries. He still says, why me? Sometimes he still gets triggered about certain things. He still is through his growth and emotions. So while I've done extremely well for myself from a relationship standpoint, I got very, very blessed to have a woman that tolerates my crazy side. And from a business side, I've been very, very blessed to have the right mentors that always guided me to the right side of life. And then also other mentors who guided me to learn what to not do. There's those people in our lives as well. So what I want to talk to you about today is, what are some of the elements that you can do right here, right now to transform your life, or B, to help somebody that is within your house. And even more so, if you have a relationship with a child or a parent, to understand from my vantage point, what are some of the things that could make that relationship better or divide it a lot bigger, better. And why is that relevant? Because it 100% impacts every and all areas of your life or the life of that individual that you are hoping and inspiring to kind of work and collaborate with on a better relationship. So for me personally, I can break it down to be and do and have, right? You got to become to do in order to have. And that could be for finance, that could be for health, that could be for any area of your life. But today, I want to ask you to take an inventory of your past. And when I say an inventory of your past, I want you to look at it not just, oh, whoa, me, look at the bad things that I've gone through, but celebrate what you've overcome. Because in many cases, we live in our past, that's trauma, or we are afraid of our future, that's anxiety, right? But in the now, if you look, I am here, right now, I have overcome those circumstances in my life. And it's a matter of perspective, right? I used to feel bad for the person that had no shoes until I met the person that had no feet. And then it changed my perspective. Not having shoes is really not a bad thing after all, because I am able to walk on my 2 feet. Now, from business or from personal, the reason you got to look from within, and I'm not trying to get into the law of attraction or law of vibration or none of the metaphysical side of life, or I'm not even a psychiatrist or anybody that can assist you or help you from a medical standpoint, but I can speak from my own body and I can speak for my own self. I have created a set of standards for myself that I aim for, that I know for a fact can turn me into a good person or a bad person. It can turn me into a successful person or a lack thereof, and et cetera, et cetera. So what I decided and what I wanted to do for myself is to look at who I want to be in the future. right? This morning, I usually fix my son's hair in the morning, like with gel. And Sebastian is going to be 8 years old this July. And I looked at him and I said, you remind me so much of myself when I was your age. And he started laughing, right? And I was like, that's why I know exactly what you're going to do next and how you're going to do it and how you think. He and I's birthdays are one day apart. He was supposed to be my birthday when he was born, but he was the day after. So in any case, I tell you this, and I was like, and by the way, this is who you're going to become when you get older. So I hope you like what you're looking at. And he was like, yeah, I like it. And it made me feel good. I'm like, all right, cool. We got this, past and future in a real moment, right? So I tell you all this to tell you that you got to identify, where do I want to be in the future, in order to identify where I was in the past and make the adjustments right here, right now. Because the right here, right now is the only thing that matters for you to be successful in any area of your life. I used to be heavyweight. I want to be six packs and skinny. What am I doing right here, right now, that I am still doing from my past? And what do I need to change right here, right now to impact the future, right? Finances, same exact thing. What are the habits that I've done from my past that led me to be here right now? What are the habits that I got to change for the future? And then you got to make a decision. So for me, it was finding my happy self. I'm always, let me rephrase that. I used to be always sad for like instant, right? Like there were trigger things. I could listen to a song that I used to listen to when I was a child, and it would be, I'll give you an example, right? When my brother and I used to be in the streets, we used to sleep to Aerosmith. The album of, I think it was 1997 or 1998. And we didn't know the lyrics. Remember, at the time, I don't speak any English. But when those songs from that album comes out, I immediately just feel some type of way. I feel like I'm about to cry. I'm getting nostalgic, right? I remember, or I relive the moment in the streets with my brother, and it triggers me, right? So I needed to identify what are those things from my past that lead me to feel a certain way, and then make a change for those things right here, right now, in order for my future. I did 2 years of therapy when and this is like about a year ago, 3 years ago I started. I did 2 years of therapy. It was the best thing that's ever happened to me. And here's why it was important. And I recommend it for every single individual to consider to doing therapy. And the reason I've done it is, again, past, now, future, right? My past is filled with anger, with violence, physical violence. My father is very, very heavy-handed. Thank God we're grown now, but very quick. And whatever was in his hand, it gets thrown at you. My father, did the best that he did, and I forgave him. He's in my life. We're okay. But his story is relevant to this conversation. My father has bottle issues, right? Heavy bottle issues. He won't go out after 4 o'clock, no matter what's going on in life, for the simple fact that that's when he has to drink. So he'll stay home and he won't drive. He won't want anybody to see him. So my father used to say to me and my older brother that you never let a man smoke or drink by himself. So imagine at the age of 7 or 8 years old, I was already drinking and smoking cigarettes with my father. So, and I smoked all the way until I was 27 years old. To me, that was normal. I used to work in the restaurant business, and I kid you not, anywhere, anytime, any staff members like, hey, Ali, do you mind if I just go out for a cigarette break? I'm like, not only I don't mind, I'll join you. And I'll smoke a pack a day, just for the simple fact that I was programmed mentally with the past version of Ali Medawi. I am, and still I'm working on this, I am an ultimate people pleaser. I will do everything in my power. I will chop off my arm and give it to you and say, hey, eat with my hand. It'll feed you better than your own hand. Like, that's how crazy I could go. I put myself on harm's way, financially speaking. I gave my family businesses. Like, I'll never forget. I called my sister in 2013. Hey, guess what? We just started, we opened a deli here in New Jersey. And guess what I named it? Zara's Deli, after you. She's like, oh, that's awesome. I'm like, and you and my mom are going to have part ownership of it. And they never did anything with it. It was me. Just because I wanted to buy love, because my past was so distraught and so terrible. And that little 5-year-old within was always looking for, Papa, Mama, Uncle, somebody love me. And I'm always trying to buy love. And that morphed into the grown up that you see in front of you that was always trying to please his wife. And if like the harder I would go to try to please a parent or a business mentor, that I, in my eyes, I'm like, okay, if I make the best production, the best business, the best et cetera, to please this CEO or to please this VP off or whatever the case may be, I am going to get that love that my father has never given me. If I give my wife the world, she's going to give me the love that my mother has never given me. And then what that does, it sets up this high expectation of I invested so much into you. And if I didn't get that love back at the same high extreme level all the time from my wife or from a, whomever business operator, like if I wasn't the center of attention for you all the time, the moment you turned your face and did something else, I guess you're just like everybody else before me. I guess you're just like my father. I guess you're just like, my mother who left us behind. And for the right reason, she did to come to the United States. But I was a little kid. What did I know, right? Like all I knew is my mother went and left me behind. So my past, though it was fueled from 5 to 15 years old, hated so much so that it's been 23 years that I haven't gone to Morocco. Because it gives me this idea that if I go back, all those monsters are going to come up again. I don't want my son and my daughter and my wife to see the monsters. I don't want to be afraid in front of them, right? That was the thought, at least. Again, I'm not telling you this for a petty reason or a petty story or feel sorry for me. I am a victor, man. I am in the best place of my life. I've traveled the world. I've done $2 billion of sales. I've helped companies left and right to go in NASDAQ, and I've done great things. But I'm telling you this, that even the superheroes amongst us also have their own fears, also have their own trauma, also have their own things. And it doesn't get removed away. We just work with it. You just cope with it. That's why I personally believe that an organization like the Day of Calm, spreading the love and giving the initiatives, the resources and the opportunities, not only for children all around the world, but for you and I to heal that child within and then make sure that no other child anywhere in the world could ever go through what I had to endure and the many millions that never healed and never grew. I don't think there are bad children. I think there are bad parents. And bad parents are just children that are still hurt and have never healed through their pain and their struggle. And again, I'm speaking about myself. My wife and I, thank God, we've experienced, and I insist on the word experienced, Celia. And, we've done some work in the past together, some interviews and things of that nature. And we watched an hour and a half of her just educating and dropping nuggets. And now we're more aware of, hey, you don't have to yell. Hey, just so you know, we don't have to talk like that. We don't have to go from 0 to 12 in volume, right? We can adjust a little bit. Like, though we are still human working on it, but it helped us. So identify in the past, what is the traumatic circumstance, situation that I am still living in? And the best way to know that is just your emotions. Whatever you feel, whenever you feel it, like, why did I get triggered with my computer? Like, my wife is sitting on the other side. I'm like, hey, no, this got to work. And no matter what, like, I was having technical issues, but it had nothing to do really with the computer. It had nothing to do with my wife even. It was the fact that this guy, in his mind, is still programmed of, I am going to disappoint a whole lot of people who are counting on me. I am going to fail a bunch of children from all around the world who need this protection, who need this message, who need this awareness. By the way, if you haven't dropped $100 just yet, make sure you do so today. You did that on Applebee's last week, right? We're hooking you up with a 2-night, 3-day vacation to travel that's literally worth between $1,000 to $1,800 depending on busy season. So let's help. Let's do your part. If not you, then who, right? If not now, then when? So make sure we help. Anyways, so once I identified my past, I realized that a change needs to happen. And change is hard. There's a young lady by the name of Terry Werner, and she taught me, you don't need to change, because if you change, there's a very high probability that you're going to relapse. Exchange is easy. See, I can exchange a small thing of Pringles versus a long one, right? I can exchange a sugar-free soda versus a Coca-Cola. I can exchange a pack of cigarettes with an e-cig. While they're still bad in bad, but it's lesser of a bad and a step forward, removing those elements that I don't want to have in my life. So what are you willing to exchange today in your habit? All right, you don't like to work out. Nobody does, by the way. But I promise you, eventually there will be a doctor that will tell you, if you don't work out, you're going to die, or this is going to happen, or that's going to happen. And you're going to have no choice but to do it in an uncomfortable way, right? So what can we do? Walk. What can we do when there's a commercial in front of your TV? Walk. God knows whatever it is that you're doing. So identify the past. Look into where you want to be in that future and change or exchange certain elements right here and right now. For me, it was, what do I want to become and why do I want to become it? See, I knew that in my family, my whole family, I don't even know there is one person I can think of in the grown-up generations, 2 generations before me, that it has married, didn't cheat, and stayed with the same person. So I knew that in my family, where I come from, the single life is never healthy, right? So I knew that once I got the blessing to see an angelic being that my wife is, I had to lock it down real quick. So I've been with that very same woman since I was 17-year-old in high school, and I am proud of that. Not that I don't got it, right? Like I could. But I knew that historically we do really, really, really bad in relationships. So when God sent me an angel and said, all right, this is your shot, I am in and all in. And look, we don't have a perfect relationship. We fight, we argue, we cry, we get mad at each other like any other relationship in any other couple. But our recovery mechanism is so much faster because of the level of awareness that I have developed, identifying what my past is, my future is, and where I am to make that difference. I apologize faster. I try to fix it faster. I let go of things that I can control faster. I surrender a lot faster. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I identified that my whole family, we don't do good with alcohol at all. At all. So I'm not just a social drinker, but I am a rare drinker. Unless my brother-in-law, David, which I love to death, invites me, or there's a very special event, something very, very light. We don't do the wine at nighttime every night. We don't, I don't go out to restaurants and drink. I don't do the boys' night out. I don't do none of that stuff. I don't, and I never have. I have friends or acquaintances, I guess I would say, that invited me to a birthday party. And I made it plural, so in case this gets out, I'm protecting that person because I love that person no matter what. And hey, we're gonna do dinner at this place, and then we're gonna bar hop, and then we're gonna go to Atlantic City. And I was like, well, yeah, let me just check with my wife to make sure that we got a babysitter. And I was told, oh no, it's only for the boys. I was like, yeah, man, I'm out. I can't do that. And also, like, why not? I'm like, well, I don't go out without my wife, and I just, especially bar hopping, things. There's a lot of variables there, and I'm not comfortable with being in the wrong place. I just don't want to do that. And I was made fun of. Like, you're telling me you can't have dinner and have a drink? I'm like, oh, I can. But with my wife next to me, bro, like, you want me to go out and party and be in Atlantic City and gamble and play roulettes and whatnot while my wife is home by herself? Like, that's my best friend. I just know you. Why? Because historically, my family does not do well in that area. So I understood what I needed to exchange. I understood the level of awareness. And that very same behavior that I'm telling you about right now has given me the best partner in business, has given me the best partner in life, has given me the best friend that I can ever ask for. That's what people see. But what you don't see is the past that's been buried. Just like when you heard my bio, you did not hear the negative, sad things that are buried from the 5-year-old kid, right? The last piece was, I knew we are terrible with money. Man, give me $1 million. I'll spend it in a day. I'll show you how to spend money. Who here also spends bad when it comes to money. Am I the only one? Okay. So I understood that every single time I surrendered the card or I surrendered the business to my wife, things got better. Every single time I said, I'm in charge, I can make those big boy decisions, I ruined it. And why? The people pleaser from the past who try to buy love will show up and say, well, we got a little bit of cash. Hey, drinks on me. I want to treat everybody. And next thing you know, I'm buying businesses for it, including people that shouldn't be in it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you've picked up anything from what I'm sharing with you, the power of transformation is simple, is identifying what my past is. What are the deep rooted things that are connecting me to my past? And trust me when I tell you, my little Sebastian said it. He said, Papa, there are no such things as adults and or kids. We are all kids. Just you guys become bigger. That's literally what he says. And therefore, God bless his mindset, right? Which is true. You and I have the same feelings when we were little young kids. You and I, if we are in an attraction park, Six Flags or Disney, whatever, we become kids all of a sudden. You and I, we had a birthday party invite that Sebastian and I went to. It was a Nerf gun. The whole thing was Nerf gun, the whole 2 hours. And when I say we were the biggest kids ever, the parents were like rolling and hiding and pretending we're all just children. But until you heal that child from within and you find that happy self, I promise you, you're going to be stuck in that past. So let the past go, not ignore it and separate it. You can't. That's always going to be your base, your foundation, your root. But what I do know is identify what are the bad things that led me to where I am. Health, wealth, mindset, relationship, whatever. And then where do I want to go? And create a little bit of a game plan. Create a little bit of a list of the things that I want to change. Ask for help. Man, look at all the mentors that you have available for you right here, right now. How many of us are just dropping nuggets on you? Do you realize we're doing this for the Day of Calm Foundation, right? You realize we're doing this for dayofcalm.org. So the average seminar that I do, it's $500 to $2,500, even if it's virtual. You didn't pay that here. I need you to dig in and at the very least put $100 in the actual Day of Calm Foundation to help the children. That's all we're asking you for. And you know why that's going to work? Because it's going to motivate me and say, okay, so we fed a whole school. Oh yeah, for 6 months in a row. Awesome. We built a school. That's great. We did what? Let's do it again. And it motivates us to want to do this again and again and again and again. So can I count on you to do your part? Can I count on you? I'm giving you a vacation, 2 nights, 3 days in Mexico, all inclusive, food, lodging, and stay. $100, I think it's worth it. Okay, I'm gonna pass it back to you, dear Celia, and I hope that I didn't overcome my time. But any other area that you want me to hit on, or any question that you have for me? But I hope that I delivered and honored you and the community that is in here.
You all. Oh, I need to go back in, Anupam. I can't see me.
I can't see me. I see you.
Thank you. So amazing, Ali. Always amazing. And thank you. And we have to thank Ali because he's the one giving all these trips out from his company. He is donating Calm to you. I mean, how many people are going to say, hey, donate $100 that's tax deductible?
Yep.
And we've already had some already. You get to take it off your taxes and you get to take a trip. Woohoo! Like, who doesn't need a long weekend or a midweek vacation? So don't miss it. I mean, there's not going to be too many situations where you're like $100, you get 3 days somewhere exotic to go. So take advantage of it. And like Ali said, we're so grateful for your donation, for not just you being here and being intentional about your life and the way you run your life and you show up for other people, but also being willing to contribute to those kids that you saw their school.
Yep.
I mean, their floors are mud. Let's get real. How much can you learn in an environment? What if it rains? They can't go to school. What if it's, windy? They can't go to school. So help out these kids. They really need you. And they're really trying their best.
Celia, if I may, just one last thing on what you just shared right now. There are people who have the mindset of, well, I don't have enough well, I need help here. I heard a statement like, well, help me first before we go help in Africa. I'm like, no, I understand. But remember, I used to feel bad for the person that had no shoes until I met the person that had no feet. We were put on this earth with a purpose. And I believe that the more you do, the more you're going to receive. Whether you believe in from a religious standpoint or however you look at it, right? Karma or whatever you want to look at it. Even from religion, you hear people that talk about tithing, right? Like, oh, 10%, this organization just wants 10%. I'm like, well, let me ask you differently. If I were to give you $10 for every dollar you give me, would you take that deal? They're like, okay, so I give you a dollar, you give me 10, unlimited. Every time you give me a dollar, I give you 10. They're like, I'll take that deal any day. Now that's the way you got to look at it. See, it's about quantifying your blessings 10 times fold. It's not about, well, I got to keep this one piece for me. No, it's planting seeds all around the world. You never know what child you're going to impact that's going to become the greatest next whatever name that you can think of that may resolve you and I financial futures, that's going to resolve you and I technology issues, that you and I are going to resolve global warming, that's going to resolve all the things that you care about. It's all about bringing it all to the center of it all and stop saying, well, that person is not included and involved in my life, therefore it doesn't impact me whether they're eating or not. Trust me when I tell you, it does. Big time.
It does. And that is such a strong point. When my father used to speak about the Holocaust, he used to say, out of those millions and millions of people that we lost, who knows what we lost aside from that? What impact on humanity went along with those people? And that point is so true. You lift up a child, that child lives their dream, and they grow up to be something. And hopefully, because of the appreciation these kids have, because they don't even have a toothbrush, we had to send them those, they might give back to the world like no other. Look at Ali. He's right here on the screen.
I was just going to say, I am
look
that
at
kid.
what he went through and look at what he gives back.
I am 100% that kid. Like if look, I've worked with 70,000 entrepreneurs that have helped them get out of the muck to create business to the next level. Like documented. Now, I'm not talking about a network. I'm talking about individual entrepreneurs. Companies that we've taken to NASDAQ, companies that we've gotten documented. I'm that kid. Had there not been somebody who believed enough in me to bring me out of where I was, to bring me in here and put me in a better position that I am in my life right now, yeah, there are 70,000 people that wouldn't have the help that they've gotten. So that's the way you got to look at it. You're putting an investment in humanity, and humanity will always take care of you, my friend.
Yep, exactly. Giving back is the best feeling in the world. Giving is the best feeling. I always tell parents, encourage your child, take them places where they can see how their help is so valued.
Awesome.
Well, thank
you
Ali.
again for
Thank
having
you
me.
for all you do. Thank you for your help with Day of Calm. I'm so grateful for you to be a part of it. I can't even tell you. And thank you for all this wisdom that you just shared with us. Very appreciative.
God is good.
And now we're going to have a little teaser of the really incredible impact of this one little thing for parents that you'll hear about on Saturday. But here's a little teaser for you.
Our chat with Stella. Any questions back? It's so weird. It is very cool. But yeah, so it asks about the bedtime routine up here, and then when I did this, it says it sounds like you're already taking some good stuff, like limited fluids before bedtime. So cool that it gives you like all of these tips here.
So Stella is almost here. She is not fully here. Sam is here, but Stella's not here yet. But she will be soon, and we will talk more about her on Saturday. Um, but I will tell you, if you have an Android device, she's not ready. Apple hasn't made us worthy yet, so I'm sure that will be coming soon. But if you have an Android device and you want to go to the Google Play Store, you will find Stella there. You have to look for Ask Stella. So I'll let you do. And she is going to be the help of your life because you can ask her anything at the time anything's happening. She'll help you right out. So Ask Stella. Try it out. We're going to introduce our next speaker.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
Sam.
Hello. Good to see you again, by the way.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. I know it's been a while. Sam was on my podcast a couple years ago, I guess. It's been a few years. But Sam, before you start your talk, Success for All and how we get there, I want to tell our listeners a little bit, and our watchers, our viewers, our people. I want to tell our people a little bit about you. So Sam is a 21-year-old from Indiana who was diagnosed with autism at the age of 4. In October 2019, he launched the podcast Autism Rocks and Rolls, combining his passion for media with a mission to destigmatize autism and demonstrate that individuals with autism and on the spectrum are not broken. Through his podcast, Sam has engaged with notable guests, including NASCAR driver Armani Williams, American Idol contestant James Durbin, and autism advocate Dr. Temple Grandin. His work has led him to speak at various events across North America, and he serves as an ambassador for organizations like the Doug Flutie Foundation and the Make a Film Foundation. Beyond podcasting, Sam is an entrepreneur, motivational speaker, podcast coach, educational writer, blogger, and educator. He also trains businesses on employment and autism-related topics. Sam's dedication has earned him recognition, including reaching the top 10 in the People's Choice Podcast Awards and placing second in Indiana's JAG Entrepreneurship Project. He continues to advocate for autism awareness and acceptance, aiming to change perceptions and highlight the capabilities of individuals on the spectrum. Sam, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the Day of Calm Summit.
Thank you so much for having me. Is there a PowerPoint or do I just talk, by the way?
You can do a PowerPoint. Do you have it? You can share.
I do have a PowerPoint, actually. Just let me get there.
Okay, Anupam can help you if you need it.
Yeah, I might need
Anupam,
help
he
with
just
that.
shares. Is he shaking? Anupam, are you shaking your head? He just shared. Yes. Sam, you just share. And I'll go
Okay.
away and you take over.
It's saying sharing isn't turning on because it's not allowing sharing for this webinar for some reason.
It's not letting him share.
Just a moment.
Hold on.
All right.
Anupam, IT man, will fix this. He will fix it.
Right at it.
Just tell us when we're good.
Perfect. So it's enabled.
Okay, Sam, try it now, hon.
Yep, we're good now. All
Okay.
right. Let me just hit the slideshow here. I think this is the first one. Yep. Okay. So yes, thank you again, Celia, for that lovely introduction. So this is about success for all and how we get there. And I think today's a great fit because of calming summit is what you guys are really focusing on. And I think sometimes those on the spectrum need to learn how to be calm, but I think others need to learn how to be calm for those with autism, because sometimes it can be an uncomfortable feeling. So this is my little story about me, maybe too big of a story. This was when my name was Autism in the early years. When I was 1, I never looked at you. When I was 2, I said 5 words. I don't remember the 5 words, unfortunately. If I did, I would tell you off the bat. When I was 3, if you touched my toys, I screamed. I was very organized. I remember having plastic food, and if you rearrange it, I'd lose it. When I was 4, I screamed more when you changed my routine. Basically, if I went to Walmart and no one told me beforehand, I would get really upset. And I say upset because I wasn't informed before. We went to Walmart. It was changed at the last minute. When I was 6, my mom read me a book about a boy named Sam that had Asperger's. Yes, his name was really the same in the book, and told me I had it. I kind of figured that's where we were going because I'm the person who kind of cuts through the chase. And that's where I knew it was going, and I was told. But it got worse when I was 7 because nobody in my grade wanted to do board games with me, so I did them by myself. Nobody played with me on the playground, but at least I had things. It wasn't ideal. It was something, and something's better than nothing, I think, in my view. And I think that's what kind of kept me a little bit calm at that time span. I swung by myself. I went down the slide by myself. I always got kicked out of group games. I was always picked last. Indoor recess was terrible. During my 4th grade year, my teacher had a dog. I sat with the dog and played board games by myself or with the dog every time. Let's say in your 4th grade year, did you have anybody to do board games with or go down the slide with? Anybody? Imagine each day alone. And when I was 8, it got so bad I didn't want to go to school because I had that so severe of not having going down the slide. It killed me. I just did not want to go to school. I felt it would be calmer to stay here. I even still dream of sliding down the slide with someone, if that says anything. My name was still autism when I got to middle school. In middle school, things were even harder. The isolation continued more. I often wondered, why do people like him or her, who's just kind of a jerk, and not me? I didn't know how to be. I only knew how to be myself, and clearly that was not good enough. So this is when I was 10. When I was 10, I noticed that people's eyes would get big when I talked. I couldn't understand what I was saying was wrong. I just stopped talking. I guess what they got what they asked for. I granted their request. They didn't accept how I talked, what I said, and it was easier for them to think he is weird and he wouldn't have to talk to them. I often wonder what if they would have gotten to know me and how my life had changed. This affects me today because often I prefer not to socialize. I get afraid I will say the wrong thing. And granted, I'm a podcaster and speaker. I'm speaking right now as we speak, literally. However, I have a script when I do this. When I socialize in a group, there is no script. Your body language matters when you talk to people. Make this 1,000 times more for a person on the spectrum. If you don't want to talk to somebody just because they are different than you are, trust me, they will know. I'm the person who will not say anything, but I know they don't want to talk to me. I mean, people still think I'm stupid. Trust me, I'm not stupid. I can figure it out. It's not a hard math problem to figure out. And this is when I was 15. It was kind of even more severe. When I got up in the morning, I had nothing to look forward to. Do you look forward to running down the hallway or when you were 15? Maybe hugging your best friend or even just talking to someone? I didn't have this. When you are isolated, you feel as though you don't have anything to offer to society or nowhere to go. I felt like I was a morbid to society. I honestly did not feel safe anywhere. I want you to think of that person right now that you see by themselves repeatedly. Now you know this is how they feel. What will you do about it? What can you do to make them more calmer and at ease? To make them relax and see that someone has my back. But I was about to appear. In high school, I had some of my darkest days. Have you ever gone somewhere and nobody, and I mean nobody, talked to you? Day after day, I sat in my high school classrooms while people around me laughed about videos on their phones, hung on to their best friends, while laughing in the hallway or knew how to interact with some. Others that seemed, well, normal. I decided that one day something that had to change, so I will. From that day forward, I was Sam Mitchell who didn't care what others thought of me, but soon something was about to happen. Long story short, or really not long story short, long story, I became a podcaster. I got a few downloads. Then I got a lot of downloads. Local TV stations, newspapers, magazines, and other podcasters contacted me and wanted to hear my story. I've been over over 1,000 podcasts today. I began to get sponsors who want to get ad space on my podcast. My mom became my manager. I did a TEDx talk. People just like me from all over the world was listening. We created a nonprofit with the mission of changing the language as to what autism is and what it isn't. There's nothing wrong with it, but society often thinks there is, and that needs to change. I began to plan local autism acceptance events. I began to have big guests with big platforms on my podcast, like some she listed, but there's been others too. I've had like Kane, Mick Foley, Jake the Snake on the show recently. I became an international motivational speaker. I went to college. I'm in my last year. I know it says third year, but I'm in my last year of broadcasting at Vincennes University, which is in Vincennes, Indiana. My mom and I wrote a book. I became an ambassador to the Foodie Foundation. We have a corporate board of 6. I need to update it. We're also training emergency workers. We're also working on educational modules. So what's the mission of this company or this organization? Well, the mission of Autism Rocks Goals is to take the stigma off of autism and other conditions like medical disabilities. People on the spectrum are not broken and do not need to be fixed. Those who have conditions always want to be pitied. There's nothing to be sorry about. We want to shift the conversation to inclusion because we believe for far too long, people living with autism have been considered disabled, but ARA believes the individuals on the spectrum do not need to be fixed. In order to change this misconception, we're working on developing content that works to achieve this goal. We want to be realistic, and for example, we want to tell them that yes, it won't be calm day. There won't be calm days. Your child will have a meltdown, but there will be great and calm days where you can relax. And I'm not just saying great days, beautiful days, because those on the spectrum can be very creative. And if you don't calm down by just seeing the negative, you're going to miss their creativity. Oh. Where'd my thing go? There we go. Didn't want to work with me for some reason. So this is a thesis that I like to do and want you to walk away with. Although we should always recognize needs and should be focusing on what your children, employees, families, students, or those who you love can do rather than focusing on what they can't do. Success comes in all different forms. We simply have to meet them where they are. Some on the spectrum have higher support needs. It's not fair to try to change them and make them have lower support needs. It's fair to match them where they are. That's all you can do realistically. And I want employers to accommodate to employees and help them be successful at work. Employees need to calm down too and give those with autism accommodations, not special treatment, accommodations. Those are two separate entities. And yes, the journey is hard, but that is all we focus on. We miss all the beautiful things happening around us. I forgot to tell you a story about it earlier. I went to a conference in Orlando. We had a booth set up. The father came to us, and his son was recently diagnosed with autism. Couldn't get a sentence out, bawled his eyes out because he thought his life was over. Well, my mom told him, what does he like to do? Well, she said he likes YouTube channels. Well, she said, okay, stop right there. Go home. When you leave this conference, go home and start a YouTube channel. And from what I've heard today, he's doing pretty darn well with that YouTube channel. Hold on a minute. All right, hold on. Moving on, I guess. So, there are things though that do make me struggle and get not calm. It's driving, that makes me nervous. Math makes me nervous. I'm not a good mathematician. I don't think I ever have been. Organizing at times, prioritizing at times, and being reasonable at times. But what about you? How do you cope? What do you think others struggle with? Everyone struggles with something, and this is okay. People need to see that we all struggle with something. It doesn't make us need to be less calmer. It actually needs to make us more calmer because it shows us we all have flaws, and we are at the end of the day human. But next, within the next few pages, I will break down ways everyone can be successful, measuring success, how obsessions or fixation can actually be viewed as practicing for future skills, to show that there's no normal, and changes and differences are actually good, and the myths versus skills. So it's okay to be real. Everybody has a challenge, as I said earlier. There's probably a strength, though. Could you recognize these in others? Struggling to follow multi-step instructions or to switch focus between tasks and losing track of it is what they are doing. Many adults on the spectrum have the ability to focus intently on details. This can be particularly useful in tasking requiring meticulous attention. They're so focused that, believe it or not, they're calm. This is their way of being calm, believe it or not. Whereas others who don't have autism, they're focused, they're stressed, they're sweating. No, that's not us. We're calm. So if you could be nice and let us be calm, that would be really appreciated. And adults with autism may find it challenging to visualize the steps needed to complete tasks or to sequence these steps effectively. Many on the spectrum think in pictures, and the visual learners allow them to see minute details, which can lead to successful careers. There's a great example. If you've seen the movie Temple Grandin, her movie features blueprints of her documentation of how she changed the cattle industry. She created that on her own. She saw a picture. She looked at that cattle machine and visualized something's not wrong here. Something's not right here. So what did she do? She fixed it with her visual thinking and put it down on paper. If you ask me, that's pretty impressive. And I even use visual aids. Here's a great example. This is my chart right here that I use. So as you can see, there's academic for college, work because I had a job at Laser Vision. I didn't lose my job. I didn't get fired. Trust me. It was just that they no longer needed me. I have chores to do like we all do. That's basically adulting. And then my podcast and then social life if I choose to hang out with friends. But this is an example. And for every challenge, there's probably a strength too that you can recognize in others. For adults with autism, there may be a preference for routine and predictability too, making it difficult to adjust to unexpected changes or to switch between tasks or perspectives is hard too. Understanding systems and patterns, understanding a logical analysis, or when developing routines and schedules, that's what helps them. Sometimes patterns and schedules help them get more efficiency in their work. Look at Temple Grandin again. She literally used patterns and schedules to make her more effective. And if you take away the autism trait of getting things done, we wouldn't be where we were today, in my opinion. We would be not as proactive because those with the spectrum and on the spectrum are very productive members. They like to be productive. I also have ADHD, and I'll tell you, when I'm not doing autism rocks and rolls work, sometimes I sweat and get nervous because in my brain, I feel like I have to do something. And sometimes those with autism feel the same way. And there's difficulty maintaining focus on things adults with autism might not find valuable. This can lead to issues with completing tasks effectively. The capacity to concentrate deeply on subjects of interest can be hardest to improve motivation and engagement. Today, there's Peter Lance, who is a video game developer and has developed video games that are successful. We also have Armani Williams, who is a NASCAR driver with autism and today is winning races. And Armani has said, when he is in the seat buckled up, he is hyper-focused. Nothing else matters in the world to him. He is calm, people. Then these are, but sometimes too, you got to be careful because if they're not interested, they won't do it. They'll try to dilly-dally around. So sometimes you have to bend a little bit as well. And adults on the spectrum might experience heightened emotional responses or difficulty in managing the impulse to act on these emotions without considering the consequences. There's a lot of stories. I pretty much once upon a time, I didn't shut my phone, but I literally threw my phone because I got so overwhelmed. Because people were overwhelming me. There was so much noise. My mother wouldn't be quiet as I was trying to do something. And it just was like I couldn't take it anymore. And then also we have another person who we met, this guy named Jeff Hancock, who takes clients in to help them work. One of his clients, when he would go to work, he would feel the urge to spit in the air. And as we know in society, that's not acceptable. So what they did was to help him manage it, they got a water bottle to let him spray in the air. And was it kind of quirky? Sure. But was it affecting anyone? No, not really. And why would you pass up exceptional memory skills, especially for facts and data related to personal interests that can be utilized in both personal and professional settings to enhance learning and task completion? They might be what you need at that time span. You never know. If they're looking for facts and personal interest and enhancing learning and task completion, I think that's what you need right there to work at a artificial intelligence company or with a cybersecurity degree, or going to go get a cybersecurity degree, to say the least. Thank you all for your time. I hope I definitely say it was a little short but sweet, but I hope the time was all right for you, Celia.
Just some questions, Sam, because I think there's a lot of information that you shared. And part of what I think people don't realize is so much of what you shared are things that affect everybody, no matter what, diagnosis they have, what behaviors they show. There are things that affect everyone and that people need to know. They need to know what their gifts are. They need to know what they excel at. They need to, know that people are all different. It doesn't mean something's wrong with you. It doesn't mean you're broken. We're all different. Nobody's perfect, like you said. Nobody is like, this is what a human looks like. This is how a human behaves. We all behave differently. So we all have our own brains. And, variety is the spice of life. And what would it be like if everybody was the same? It would be robots. We don't want robots.
Who wants someone in the world to be a robot? Do you really want? We don't have an on and off switch button for a reason on our backs.
Exactly. You don't want that. And, I liked when you were talking about like that you're going to have meltdowns. All kids are going to have meltdowns, getting picked last for Sam, that was me. I was always always picked last for teams. It's like amazing today if you tell me that I've had a if you had told me in high school that I was going to have a children's fitness company that I started in 1987 with my sister, if you had told me that was a reality, I would have laughed because I could not stand phys ed in schools because nobody picked me. I was always picked last. And, it's those kind of things do make people feel left out, and they make them feel left out regardless. I think the point is that you drove home is that we have to have respect for people. We have to learn about each other. I spoke about it earlier. I know you weren't there, but talking to each other, listening, asking questions. What do you love? What are the things, like you said to that dad? Go make a podcast, go make a YouTube channel.
For his son.
And half the time parents of all kids don't even bother to ask their child what they want. What would they want to do? They decide for them, regardless. And you have to celebrate all that you are, because there's so much to us, and our imperfections are our perfections. And that's what people have to realize too. What do you think in growing up when you were a child? What do you think is something really key that would have changed how you felt growing up in school?
Well, honestly, it's a hard question because I don't like to blame my family for the way I was and the way I kind of am and the way it affects me today, because it's not their fault. They did everything they could to make that not happen. But unfortunately, there's only so much parents can do. Right? I mean, was I put in services. I mean, I was in Taekwondo, actually, I'm a black belt for most of my schooling
Cool.
life, and I feel like shined there more than at school. So they did try to help, but as I said earlier, there's so much they could do, and they did what they could. I mean, that Taekwondo got me out of there. So I definitely give them mad props for that. But as much as I love Taekwondo, it still wasn't enough to get get me into it wasn't enough to change the situation.
Right. And you growing up didn't have probably nearly the resources or understanding that people have now. So I
That's
think
probably fair.
that,
I could say that, yeah.
that lacked. What do you think about people, since you mentioned blame, and I was going to ask you that next anyway, so good segue. What do you think about people that use their challenges as excuses for not doing things they want to do?
I want to kill them.
Wait, Sam, we're calm. We're calm.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm kidding
too.
But it is aggravating. But I also think at the same time, you don't know. Sometimes, okay, it's very reasonable, and you can tell, like, okay, the kid doesn't want to go to grocery shopping today, and he's using autism as an excuse. Oh, well, too bad. You got to grocery shop to survive. We all know that. Because how else are you going to clean your toilet or go make scrambled eggs?
Right. Exactly.
But there's some stuff, you're right. There's some stuff that I don't think he's using an excuse. He's telling the truth, to an example. Great example is he's like, I cannot drive. We've tried, still not happening. Okay. Now, if he did, he said right off the bat, I'm not driving. I'm like, have you even tried, bud? Try at least first before you throw in the towel. That's the generation I was from. At least I think we can all testify. We were all from different generations. And as far as I know, my grandparents were from a generation where they would try and not stop until you died, no matter how long it took. I'm from a generation where I'll try, but if I don't know after trying for an hour or two, I don't know.
But at least you tried.
And that's all I can ask for.
Are you willing to go back and try again? Or do you give up?
It depends. If they say, I'm not going to give you instructions, then I'm like, okay, see you later. But if they're willing to give me instructions or re-explain it, yes.
What would you say is the thing in life that makes you feel the calmest, the most at ease, at home, like it just brings you peace?
Well, I think it's a combo between two things. I would say it's family and that rock and roll music. So you can't go
like
wrong with that.
AC/DC?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here's an example of that right there. That's my favorite band of all time. I'm going to go see them in May, which is some exciting news.
Oh, cool.
But thank you. The AC/DC and Nickelback are a tie.
They're your faves.
Yep.
You know what, Sam? It could be because I'm old, but my son loves hard rock. AC/DC, I'm not a big fan of theirs.
It's okay. It's okay. Every band's going to have their haters, even the most popular ones.
Right. Well, sometimes I feel like my father used to go, oh, how can you listen? How every generation judges the next generation's music. This is not music. That's what he used to say.
Let me be honest. I'll say that to this day's music. This is not music. It's just pop.
Yeah. It's just, it's not creative. And I don't say that about AC/DC. I don't at all think they're not creative. They're just louder than my tolerance.
Right. That's fair.
But Sam, I so appreciate you being on here. And I know that your honesty and what you've been through in life is, it's important for people to understand, like we keep bringing up, that you have the opportunity to understand somebody else. Regardless of what that, and I talked about before, people from different religions, people that, have different challenges, people that live in different areas of the world, people that come from other countries, people that have different cultures, people that politically disagree. You have an opportunity to know more, because I will always believe that prejudice and judgment and criticism stems from ignorance. Because once you know a little bit more about someone else, you connect more. And all those questions that you have that you're just assuming about, you get information about, and you know a little more about what they're going through. And you're like, whoa, well, Sam might have autism, but I didn't get picked for teams either. So I know exactly what you went through in that.
Yeah.
Nobody picked me. It was always like, and I'm sure you know this, Sam, it's like, I'll take this one, I'll take this one, I'll take this one. Oh, Celia. All right. Well, nobody wants her, so I guess she's the last person. So we'll take her.
Been there, done that.
Right. That was my whole life with phys. I wasn't quite, it's like amazing that I have a fitness company, but I play. My fitness company is based completely around play, tag, toddlers. I have done high schoolers, I've done adults, but it's very fun. So it's not based around like how good I am at softball, you know? So I definitely feel where you're coming from. Thank you, Sam, so much. Sam, so repeat again, if you would, the best way for people to get in touch with you, to know about your Autism Rocks and Roll program and foundation and whatever
you
it
can
is.
go to your search engine optimization, type in autismrocksandrolls.com. If you Google me there, something will pop up. I promise you, I've done it before.
Awesome. And your podcast is called
Autism Rocks and Rolls.
So same name.
Yep.
So look up Sam. He's awesome. He's been at this for a while and he's a pro, and I'm grateful for you to join us, Sam. I really appreciate you coming on with us.
Not a problem. Thank you again. Good meeting everybody on here. I got to head to college class, so please excuse me.
Okay, go to college, Sam.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
glad.
ma'am.
Better you than me. So
yes,
go
ma'am.
have fun. Been there, done that.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Bye, honey.
Bye-bye.
All right. Aren't we meeting some wonderful, wonderful people? I just, it's what puts the world in motion. It's what educates us to be more accepting and less judgmental. Because all the judgment and the ridicule and the criticism that is going on in the world today is not helping anything. Another reminder, we are working to build this school and your help matters. Even we've had a bunch of donations already, from $1 to $250 so far is our high. You get all these things. Guys, let me tell you about the Tranquility Tribe. So if you really want to be intentional with your parenting, my group, the Tranquility Tribe, we're all tranquil and peaceful, is a group of intentional parents that also want to make life better at home. And we do twice a week group coaching, question and answers. We do once a month master classes that are concentrated education on something every human needs to know, not just parents. And you get a whole back office filled with years of training, literally. That back office itself is worth thousands of dollars. My Peaceful Parenting Academy is in there. There is every masterclass that I've taught in the last umpteen years. Things on decluttering, being a more purposeful parent, confident parent, not potty training. I don't do a master class on something not everyone can help, but there is a sleep training. There is a video game time on your time, screen time on your time, schedules, routines, limits, boundaries, consequences, everything you need to know to build a home fitting all the puzzle pieces together, not just one tip, but really getting to the core of the issue so that you do create family harmony It's all in there, and you have access to me whenever you need it. So that Tranquility Tribe, $150 for a year in the Tranquility Tribe, it is worth $970 for a year in the Tranquility Tribe. Take advantage of it. And your payment's not going to the Tranquility Tribe, it's going to a nonprofit. So it's fully tax deductible, unless you're outside the United States, but it's still going to a good cause. And you get all of this. You do the 150, you get the free trip, you get the morning detox, the listening game, 500, 4 private calls with me. Make these kids, look at these children. Look at them. And those are like, they're little ones there. There's nursery schools there. They need help. These kids, if you can even see their shoes, some of them don't even have shoes. And that mud is the floor of their classrooms. And they have jiggers. You know what jiggers are? Jiggers are like critters that crawl in your skin. And they get in there by not having shoes. And they live in the mud. Think about that. And these poor kids they have so little. Like I said, they don't even have toothbrushes. We ship them toothbrushes, 500 of them, and dental floss and toothpaste and all the things they need for hygiene. But that was a while ago. So those toothbrushes are probably worn out, but hopefully they're still using them. Donate anything. The link is in the stream right there. You go to dayofcom.org. It's right there. It says donate now, or it says donate. Anything, $1, whatever you can afford, we are eternally grateful, and they are too. Let's build these kids a school that will last them a lifetime. So it can be going from their generation to the next generation to the next generation. We have architects that are incredible eco, everything's, ecological and green. They are award-winning, known across the world, and they are donating their architectural talents to this school. Can't you donate a few dollars? Please, I beg of you. Donate 100 and you'll get a free trip. You'll never get that trip for $100. Anupam, can you run the next reel about the school, please?
For sure, just a moment.
While you're waiting, go donate something. Give these kids the gift of our love.
There you go.
Thank you. We can't hear. Is there sound? Look at this school. I'll talk. Look at it. This is what these kids have. I mean, I'm sure they're grateful for it. But how would you feel if your child went to school in these conditions? Look at their desks. Their desks are slats of wood. These are the termite areas that eventually will eat through the school because it's not treated wood. It's just wood. This is what they're living with. There's wonderful kids. A lot of them, their school outfit is the only school they have, the only outfit they have. Their homes are falling apart. Anupam, do you have the home video? I don't know if you do. Can we get sound? We have no sound. Well, I hope you all just look at these faces because they're beautiful and they really want to live a full life and reach their goals. They may not have fancy homes, cars, buildings, but they have hope and they have goals, and you can help them reach it. Any amount, but think of the free trip for 100. That's a deal. You're not going to go to an island location for 3 days and 2 nights and all inclusive for $100 anywhere. And thank you to Ali and his company for donating all those trips. Literally, they're giving us an unlimited amount for everybody that donates $100. So it's not like the first 5 to anyone. And don't forget about Anita's beautiful quilt hanging right behind me. First person to donate $1,000 gets the quilt and all the other stuff, the trip, everything else. Please go to dayofcalm.org and donate now. Make these kids' dreams a reality. And the other things that you will be helping is all the parent trainings and sessions that anyone can get at no charge across the in-person, not on virtual. Tomorrow morning at 12:30 in the morning, I will be speaking in India to a college in India as we celebrate the Day of Calm. Normally it's on the Day of Calm, but the Day of Calm this year is on Saturday and they're not in session. So I'll be talking to the kids in India at 12:30. And we're going to be talking about the life values and skills that you can give your kids and making them more powerful and more committed and able to deal with life ups and downs once they've taken grasp of these. So that's all of that is part of the Day of Calm. Our goal is that every school across the states in different countries has access to all of our parent trainings so that no parent has to wonder, what can I do? How can I change? Stella, Ask Stella, the app is free to everyone. That is parenting in your pocket. You're like, oh my gosh, this is happening with my child. Type it in and Stella will give you answers, not just anyone's answers, but her answers are based on all my 40 years of training, my books, my classes, my workshops, client information that is not private, general information from that. Workshops, everything I've ever written, said, or done is put into Stella, and she feeds out what I am sure of is information that is easy to put into place, that is logical, doable, and sustainable. So she's going to be a game changer for everybody, and anyone can get her. You don't have to pay a cent. Okay, so now I want to talk about who our next speaker is. Oh, Matthew is our next speaker. So I think he is here. So Anupam, sorry. Can you run the video and then I will talk about Dr. Matthew Johnson. Anupam, we have no sound.
There's no sound?
No, there wasn't sound on the other one either.
Just a moment.
Let's hum. Here, let's do some calm. Smell the flower. Blow out the candles. Smell the flower. Blow out the candles. Another thing you can teach your child. They get really mad. Throw the mad away. And now, our feature film. Maybe our feature film. So you can make them squeeze their hands and then throw the mat away, because the squeezing indicates the tenseness of being angry or upset. When you throw it away, it relaxes your body and it will help them control everything.
Celia, can I make a suggestion?
Oh yeah, pause.
Wait, no, if he's got it going, never mind. Go ahead.
We still don't hear it.
Yeah, I think there's an issue. I'll
I
talk
think
it right
there's an issue
after
too.
May I make an
But we're
invitation?
calm. We're calm. It's okay. It's a beautiful
Make an
film.
invitation, Celia. I would
Matthew?
like to invite us all to skip the video for now. And in preparation for the next discussion, may I invite us to shift the tone to looking away from the screen for just 2 minutes. Find something green. Take a break, everybody. Don't leave.
Good idea.
Don't say leave, but turn away from the screen and find something green and sit quietly with it for the next 2 minutes while I get my coffee, and then we'll start. Well,
that's a wonderful idea. Look out the window.
2 minutes.
Go outside.
Find some green, find a window, find a friend. If you can't find something green, find something human and give it some attention. Or
excellent
a cat
idea, Matthew.
I prefer dogs. We'll talk.
So everybody, you'll notice that green, you will learn, is the color of calm. I'm wearing green. There's a plant. See my plant? Window over here. Sunshine and daytime is so de-stressing. Like if you're working hard, go outside, take a break, take a walk. It's game changer. So find something green like Matthew advised us and sit for a little bit and calm yourself down. I don't know as we have music to calm you, but sometimes silence is even better. Silence is golden.
One of the greatest challenges of humanity is that we, by our nature, have an inability to sit quietly in a room by ourselves.
Exactly. And we need to learn to sit quietly. We need to sit and help our children sit quietly. So we'll have a moment of silence. Okay. So before Dr. Matthew comes on and starts his discussion, which you're going to love, I want to tell you who this man is. Dr. Matthew T. Johnson is a distinguished physician and surgeon with a robust background in both Western medicine and traditional East Asian healing practices. He holds an MD and an MBA. He integrates clinical expertise with strategic insights into healthcare management. As a certified specialist in East Asian medicine and forest medicine, Dr. Johnson focuses on the therapeutic benefits of natural environments on human health. His recent work includes a systematic review and meta-analysis of current forest bathing practices, research, efficacy, and funding in the USA, which he presented at the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine Symposium in Tokyo. Today's talk with Dr. Matthew Johnson is the calming health effects of forest bathing with practical examples and demonstration. Dr. Matthew Johnson, welcome to the Day of Calm Summit for another year and his support. He's amazing. We love him.
It's always a pleasure to be here with you, Celia, and thank you. We always begin in FMU, we begin with gratitudes, and my first gratitude is that International Day of Calm exists. And it's always, I've had, just in this morning alone, I'm learning the whole time here. I wanted to start with gratitude that we are all on the same page. There's not been one speaker so far that I haven't engaged with in some way. I want to give a shout out to Sam, if that's allowed.
Absolutely,
Boy, Sam,
shout out to anyone.
As someone who's worked with patients who identify as neurodiverse, I want to echo something that Sam said that was so powerful. Do not tell someone else what they are. Don't tell someone else they are a disease, and you don't tell them what their disorder is. Bravo to you for being autonomous, and we should all try to give autonomy to people on the spectrum. little extra time to Sam because he deserves it.
Absolutely.
Gratitude is what we start with, and I'm going to show gratitude that this is a two-part presentation, which means I don't get to do the funnest part. That goes to my colleagues. Visiting faculty of FNMU, Kevin Fairbanks, was an ecotherapy student at Pacific University, and in his own right, a naturalist of which you'll look forward to learn about, Native American and land-based stewardship, of which he is an expert. With him also is our certified forest therapy guide, Sarah Abu Absi. The two of them will be doing part 2 on day 3, which is the funnest part, where they're actually going to be doing forest bathing and demonstrating things that we hope. First, mindsets. Notice I said not actions. That's and activity. Everyone at home, Celia, including kids, can start making their own Shinrin-yoku dojo with their own little green space where they can give themselves their own little forest therapy environment. So look forward to seeing them on Saturday. I believe you'll tell them the time later on. My job now is I'm the scientist. My job is to explain the science behind it and try to make an argument that this is healthcare, and that this is calm, and that this is a major way that you can get it. It rained pretty heavily here in the Great Lakes area yesterday, so I would be sitting out in the Indiana Dunes National Park, Mount Baldy, under a tree. I'll have to do that for you next time. Well, today I will be the egghead explaining the science, and on Saturday, I hope you'll return, say tomorrow and Saturday, but definitely check out Kevin and Sarah. I am the Northwest Regional Director of Forest and Nature Medicine University, which is based in Tokyo. Brand new organization has just opened up. I was brought on after I finished my fellowship in forest medicine. And our motto is attitude, intent, and action. In every part of our services, and our services are auditing, credentialing, quality, and research for forest bathing in the United States. We're setting standards. We are working with state professional departments on licensure, and with federal departments, particularly the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, on getting forest therapy, ecotherapy, and Shinrin-yoku medical treatments covered by insurance. That more people will be able to get access to this nature-based calming mechanism. That's who we are. We're not here to sell you anything. You will not find our website because we don't engage the public. Our job, we monitor, audit, and give support, resources, grant, and guidance to forest therapy training centers. And we help physicians collaborate with forest therapy guides so that their patients get exposed to nature instead of just the use of white benzodiazepines. That's who we are. And we're here with one simple mission in mind, which is to share with you from our research. First, has forest bathing and forest therapy been shown to have any effect? We examined that very thoroughly. And second, what are the characteristics or traits of an effective nature-based experience if your goal is to achieve calm? Calm concept for us is something we call Jaku. Jaku, or the Jaku triad of 3 necessary elements for any effective process, we think, but we have evidence to show that forest bathing methods and nature bathing methods result in the best outcomes when they include a mindset of the participant and the guide or therapist of gratitude, compassion, and sacrifice. Jaku itself is a Japanese word that the Japanese it's a concept that the Japanese didn't invent, but it is accumulation of silent calm and silent abiding principles throughout East Asian medicine, which we'll talk about. Before we begin, I need to give disclaimers, as this is I'm presenting things that are in peer-reviewed science. This is not necessarily in any way reflecting the advice of the International Day of Calm, FNMU, or any of its participants or faculty, nor of our highly respected training center in Japan, where all FNMU members are members of the International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine. And let's give a disclaimer, we don't represent INFOM, but we love them. If you want to find out more about evidence-based nature healing, that's the starting point until we get American Board of Family and Forest-Based Medicine going. That's who we are and who we answer to. And what you shouldn't take from us is that this is advice. If you have medical problems, go talk to a certified and licensed clinician. Thoughts of harming yourself, seek it immediately. Forest medicine is not a substitution for medical care. We're trying to view it as an augmentation and a very effective one. If you do look into InFarm, I must give shouts out again to the president of InFarm, Michiko Imai, the Matterhorn lady. This lady climbed the mountain faster than me, jumped on the ledge like a beautiful mountain goat, and helped me up there when my legs were shaking. Held a stick over her head, over the mist, down into a waterfall, breathing in the air of the trees around us. The air, this is in Enohara Forest, in the top of a mountain outside of Tokyo. Dr. Michiko Amai is an orthopedic surgeon and a former Olympic mountain climber who set records as being the first women's team to climb the Matterhorn, and she's known as the Matterhorn lady. So I have to give her respect. There, you want to see a Wonder Woman, there's a Wonder Woman in real life. Climbs a mountain and shouts out, yoo-hoo, into the mist. Beautiful human being. Today, we're going to talk about the science, because that's what she taught me to do. Present the evidence, give examples and patient cases so you can see, does this work and how does it work? We're going to explain the concept of Shinrin-yoku Do and the Shinrin-yoku Dojo from the perspective of getting calm. The goal is to achieve calm and silent abiding. And an invitation after when you meet with Kevin and Sarah on Saturday to learn how to find Jaku for yourself in whatever space you occupy. Let's start with some definitions, because as Sam and I think Ellie and a few other people pointed out, how we define our existence is material in getting to calm. This is Professor Ching Li. Again, InFarm is not involved in this event, but I have to give respect to who I think is the grandfather of forest bathing science in the world, kind enough to give me his techniques, and now we're trying to bring his methods of bringing calm to the United States. Thank you to Professor Ching Li. Thank you to InFarm. And if you ever see them, tell them their favorite loud American. Now, let's get to the science. This is what I'm presenting you now is based on 2 years of data. I'm going to give it in layman's terms, but if anyone who wants to get the abstracts or the scientific presentations, the paper will be represented with a white paper that's going to Congress in May in the Indiana Dunes National Park, our annual science. For now, I'm just going to give you the gist of it and assume that if anyone wants more of the detail of the science and the abstracts, those will be made available. Here are the facts. This was a very large study. So those who aren't familiar with what makes research studies, allopathic medical studies, and things that are on Medline and PubMed, it's large numbers of patients, many, many different sources. It's not just one clinician who came up with the study or one researcher, and many, many different environments. So you have the biggest sample with the biggest scope and the biggest scale, and as many states as possible, as many kinds of people, ages, children like Celia deal with, adults and senior citizens like my mentor Scott deals with. And this is what we have here. We have 37,000 US patients data. We have 2 years that we collected in. This was the time of my fellowship thesis. And we have 42 US states, of which there are 8 separate researchers, each doing their own thing, independent, as long as they're following the Jaku Imai protocols, and 8 different forest bases. And these are in 8 different US states from Montana, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. Sorry, I could only get to 8 states in 2 years. I did the best I could. So that's what we have for you. So if you want to answer your question, how full of it is this guy about his research, you tell me. For 2 years, we did pretty good. And if you want to know about quality, I'll explain that these are peer-reviewed articles that are only in Medline, PubMed, and 8 other health industry. Anyone in healthcare will be familiar with the standard. And we have 8 of the 10 most common health databases. Any data that exists had it, and we had 42 of our own studies. Case control studies, cohort studies, descriptive studies from all of those 8 different and 23 advanced practices. So all of that is the egghead talk to say this is a high quality study. And even that, I, who had 20 of those papers that I mentioned of FNMU in the past years, most prolific writer of the group, only 2 of mine made the cut. That's right, mine were not enough quality. We'll get to that in a minute. We set quality standards about research, about practice. Definition. Jaku is a concept, and let's briefly talk about that. And Jaku is a concept of silent calm. But calm we define as setting a set of conditions, a choice chosen by the subject, you, whoever you are at home. It is a choice by which conditions you will define as acceptable quality of life in the present moment. Calm are a set of conditions for an acceptable quality of life in the present moment. Here's some examples of what we mean by that. If you're going to define anything, you have to define it by what it is. So we asked all 37,000+ of those patients in the past 2 years in surveys of various kinds to define calm, and we used their definition, not ours. Theirs was defined by what it is not. Calm is the absence of blank. And these were the most common responses. Isn't it interesting, Celia? Oh, by the way, Celia, you can jump in and banter. Mental agitation, confusion, fear, sadness, anger, and of course, they came in various forms. Physical discomfort wasn't number 1. Physical discomfort was like number 4 or 5 on the list. Pain, old age, sickness, death, those all come in here.
And that's what I say, calm is the absence of. Calm is what it's not.
Calm is what it's not. That is what was concluded from the normative and nominal study was calm was defined by the participants by being free of anger, free of sadness, free of fear, etc. And that is the premise we've used for the entire study, is we're looking at this as a setting of conditions which we can tolerate in the moment. And that gives you power. If you are a victim, as I think it was Ali said before, if you choose to be the victim, then you've given the control over someone. You control your own calm. And Jaku, which is still silent abiding, can be found anywhere. It is a state of being, not an object to be found. Jaku is experiential identity. Experiential identity means I am whatever I'm experiencing. I'm not a human being. I'm not this body. Now, I'm part of that. That's part of me. But if much more than that, I am sitting with you talking about forest bathing. So at the moment, I've let go of I. There is no I. There's the experience. That's Jaku. When you get to the point of dropping the I, the we, the you, especially the me, then you're in a state of Jaku, and you can get a better experience. I am not in pain. This is the experience of pain. I'm not angry. This is the experience of anger. I am not agitated, anxious, panicking. This is the experience of those things, and any experience definite is impermanent. Therefore, anything with Jaku, with a Jaku mindset. Remember, Jaku is a mindset. With a Jaku mindset, calm can be achieved in almost any circumstance. What are you willing to put up with? What is your definition of calm? You make your own. No one else tells you. For example, this is the truth right now. I am a little nervous because I'm an egghead scientist, not a speaker. So I have mental agitation, a little bit. My mind is moving when I don't want it to. Although it is clear, I don't have any specific things that I'm worried or thinking about. So I wouldn't say I'm anxious, but I'm saying I have a bit of ennui. Okay. So let's say I'm a little red in mental agitation. This is, by the way, spoiler alert, one of the most important after gratitude, self-reflection, knowing what you have before you go looking for something. That's what we're doing right now. This is part of Shinrin Yokodo. My mind is clear, so I'm going to hold on to that as a plus. If you have something that's okay, it's give a gratitude for it. Remember gratitude. Hey, I'm a little agitated right now. I'm a little afraid. I'm not a public speaker, and I'm out here with fancy, silly Kibler. She's famous. I'm a little afraid right now. I am. It's true. But I'm happy because Celia is awesome, and I'm learning a lot of stuff today. And I'm compassionate when I learn about these kids that we can help. all the people in the story about all the stories, Sam and Ollie. I'm a little pain. I'm going to be honest with you. My butt's hurting right now. You didn't want to know that. But you know what? The fact that I'm so spiritually fulfilled from being here, I think I can live it. Yes, Celia, I think I can say I have a little Jaku, even though my butt hurts. I'm afraid and I'm agitated. See where I'm getting with this? I could say this is intolerable. I am in pain right now, but I choose to instead say, you know what? Yeah, that hurts. Yeah, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm agitated. But you know what? It's kind of cool. All this other stuff. So, Jaku.
The beauty is we have a choice.
You can choose your own.
Look, your next. Like I read your next. I predicted your
you.
next slide.
That means it worked. You can choose your own conditions for calm. I choose to be calm when I'm in pain. Sometimes I cannot. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to have to change position because this body does not do a double once. But everything else is cool. Let's get back to the science. And the science says that those are things that matter most. Calm works best when it's subjective, when it's experiential, when it's not something for you to buy, when it's not a transaction. I'll pay $25 for a calm experience. Then you're setting condition that I'm going to get calm for money, not I'm going to get calm and I'm going to define it. So that's what we call calm when we go forward. When you see the results of the study, we'll see what we mean. And the evidence shows that that's the best definition of calm. And when you view calm in your practices of forest bathing as finding mindsets of acceptance of Jaku and silence, then you will have more success. Definitions of forest bathing, very, very vague. Anyone can say they're forest bathing. Anything from going out in the woods and feeling good to what we really think is a reflection of Eastern nature-based practices such as Shinrin-yoku. There is no one legal term, and that's the problem. There are people who are claiming to own forest bathing. A lot of people. We're calling it intellectual property, and we're making, and so there's a lot of, this is we need clarity. And that's what FNU is here to work on. It's a non-specific term for a wide variety of nature-based mindfulness practices, none of whom have any organized standards in the United States. Again, new sheriff in town, that's what we're working on. Regulated in most of the West, except Canada. You know who does it really well, like they do everything else well? Canada. Canada has got forest bathing down to a science. We are absolutely stealing their formula for the United States because they're really good at it. Back to that, get invited back. It's not supported by Medicare, Medicaid, Blue Cross Blue Shield. No one covers it because it's not considered health care. And if you call it medical care in 42 US states, you could go to jail. That's practicing medicine without a license. We're here to change it so that our therapy guides. Again, here's the study. Now, much ado about nothing, you'll decide. So I went and other people went across the world and across the US for 2 years. We got all this stuff, 2,064 publications. I read 2,064 publications. Can't unread them. Not all of them were of high quality. And remember what I told you before, my own papers weren't of high enough quality. Only 15 studies out of 2,000 were deemed statistically and clinically significant to give you advice. They were really, really good studies. Only 2 of them were mine. Again, to answer the question, how serious are we? We don't even accept our own inadequate. Here are the results from this study. Now, if that's not enough to convince you that this is a quality study, then don't take my advice. Wait for the next one to come out. Outcomes of highest quality evidence. Based on the things I said, and based on the things, the inputs and outputs across all forest bathing in the past 2 years, that was reported. Here are the things that work great. Forest bathing in all of its forms that we're going to further define. Reduce stress and anxiety, improve mood and emotional well-being, enhanced cognitive function, reduced blood pressure and heart rate. These are things I can prove. They may suggest other things that aren't proven, such as there'll be less morbidity or mortality, that it's not proven. Can't tell you forest bathing will make you live longer. Yet, I can't tell you that it will keep you from dying yet. But that is important to know that correlation does not equal causation. Reduced blood pressure doesn't mean necessarily you're going to live longer, but this is how the foundations of science and research start. You get foundational research to show, well, if it reduces blood pressure and heart rate, 2 years, let's keep following those people and see if any of them have any problems or die at a young age. The beginning of mainstream healthcare. We are creating an industry from scratch. Forest medicine didn't exist before 2 years ago. Improved quality, sleep quality. That's very good for people with sleep disturbances of all kinds, whether neurologic or respiratory. Getting exposure to high terpene, pinene, living plants while you're sleeping in particular has been shown particularly good for reducing inflammation. With osteoarthritis, autoimmune syndromes, we've got lots of patients with rheumatoid arthritis and other immune syndromes, and we are followed in the tradition of Professor Ching Li of INFOM, who is an immunologist and deals a lot with cancer patients. We've been following his guides in testing. A fairly good amount of our patients have had chemotherapy, and we found their immune systems are markedly and measurably improved. So these are things that you can walk out of here and say, forest bathing, there's evidence that forest bathing does these. You may hear a lot of other things, but these are the ones that I can prove with a lot of evidence. And they're really good when you stop to think about it. Inputs. Now, we put the inputs last because we like to think about the outputs. So what are we looking at? Now we know what the outcomes are that you like. What do we have to put into it to make it good? You already said it's vague, right? I could take you into the woods with a banjo and sit under a tree, and you know what? That would be a lot of fun. Let's do that. But that doesn't necessarily equate to good forest bathing outcomes. Here's what matters. Number one, gratitude. There's a word we've heard a few times on this program so far, Celia. Not for me, too. I was glad to hear gratitude coming up in so many forms. There are other
So important. So important.
Healing and self-esteem. The finger thing, I really found that interesting. So I'm going to get the different fingers wrong. So I had to do my morning yoga at the time, but I really enjoyed that. That is a kind of scaling and going from transaction to translation. Beautiful. Passionate intent. If you go in this to help yourself only, it doesn't work. You cannot go into forest bathing experiences for the sole purpose of transacting at $25 in exchange for comb. No jacu can be purchased. Sacrifice and effort. You must give something, and it's not money. You must give time, effort of yourself. Every FNMU research-based forest bathing experience begins with a cleanup. We do invasive species removals. We're pulling oriental bittersweet and other invasives from the dunes. We are cleaning up parks. Pick up a single piece of paper and throw it in a trash can. That's therapy, because you're getting out of yourself, and jaku is getting rid of the I. When you serve a park, a dog, a kennel, a homeless shelter, you're getting out of your own head and you're establishing jaku. So inputs that have self-sacrifice with no personal gain, that's so important. That people come to forest bathing retreats and they say, what do you mean we have to clean up first? I paid to be here. Okay, then this is a transaction. Consistency over intensity. Sit under a tree or sit with your plant for 10 minutes every day. That's it. You don't have to do yoga and stand on your head underneath a blue spruce. You do not have to go to the Grand Tetons and sit right by one particular giant tree. You can, in your backyard, you can be in the local, go to the Cook County Forest Preserves in Chicago, and there's some great trees there. But all it matters is you do it every day. Shinrin Yoku-jin means a person who's practicing Shinrin Yoku in the moment. You can be a Shinrin Yoku. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Jin is a person who does. So Shinrin Yoku is forest bathing, using nature to heal you. Do it consistently, do it freely, do it without a desire to receive anything. And it works better. Demonetize, we already explained that. When you make something a transaction, now this doesn't mean don't pay for forest bathing, because then you're going to kill the industry. We're not there yet. We're not at the insurance thing yet. You should be willing to, if you can afford to, please pay for a forest therapy guide. They're awesome. And just like you can't do yoga and stay in on your head, Celia, the first day, You shouldn't go running out into the woods and start hugging trees, because you're going to end up with not a good experience and a face full of poison ivy. Get a trained expert to show you. Guide training programs are good. We like them, but we want them to change and incorporate healthcare standards and the JACU prior. So I'm almost done with this slide. Demonetization means making it more about effort and making it not a transaction, but a translation. You're not giving money to get something. You're translating and transforming. I think the last speaker said something about transformation, metamorphosis. You're transforming your life and your lifestyle from one of sedentary, man-made surroundings to one of green surroundings. Celia, keep me mindful of time. I'm an absent-minded professor. USA-based Shinrin-yoku Do. Shinrin-yoku. Sorry, how are we good for time, Celia?
You're good. You're good. You got 15 more minutes.
Good. Thank you. I'll try not to use them.
But that won't leave room for question and answer.
And for hugging trees. That's what we're about.
Okay.
USA-based Shinrin-yoku. Again, Shinrin-yoku is forest bathing in its general term. And it's all good. And don't feel like you have to be doing our way. We are pointing out those things. If you only have a few things to do, then here's where you should put your effort. Highest quality content, highest quality canopy. That means anything that is over your head and envelops you. Evergreens are the best in North America for that because they're there all the time. They smell great and they're high in the kind of air we're going to breathe. And the best outcomes come from consistency. Therapeutic effort is required of the participant. If you have a program or a guide who isn't making you do something on your own, then try some different ones. Non-mercantile, you do have to pay. Nothing is free in life, but it's not a transaction. There has to be a work therapy component to it. You have to give something other than money. If it's a program that has, you have a fee, because everything costs money until we can make it insurance covered, please do pay for a therapy guide and make sure that they make you do some work to help the experience be better. Success is tied to selflessness in these processes. That's what we've learned so far. The best Shinrin-yoku practices are Shinrin-yoku Do. The Do part is the same origin of the word Dao, and it means a way or practice. It's not a thing to attain. It's not something you can buy. And you are a Shinrin-yoku Jin when you are doing it. You are a practitioner of Shinrin-yoku every single time you do it. That's what's so beautiful about it. Sit by your tree. Sit by your plant, like my beautiful Zizi here. And 10 minutes with it once a day, and you'll both be better off. Forest bathing safety. I'm not going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to defer the safety things to our actual guides who are better at that than me. Sarah and Kevin will go through safety, but safety must be, before you start doing it, before you start bringing in plants into your green space, they'll cover the safety things. I'm going to skip past that for now. FNU Tokyo, reminding you again, whatever you do, gratitude, compassion, selfless effort is the key to it. Home requires green. Let's get to the green thing. Here's the biggest thing in the evidence so far. The easiest thing you can do is keep living green space around you in order to get calm, get chaku. Green requires gratitude, as we said. This is one of our forest bathing bases in the dune. This was, by the way, this was a motel off of a Route 66 type highway in the Indiana Dunes State National Park area. And the owners of it had turned it into a meditation grove with all native species. We were there for 2 years doing research on forest bathing in those environments. Shout out to my lovely friends in the dunes. You ever get a chance, go to the Indiana Dunes National Park. It's one of the most underrated national parks in America. Now I'm going to get into preparations for Saturday, where they're going to be talking about, sometimes we call them green games or individual activities. Examples of this are gratitude breathing, which I'm going to leave the actual preparation for that to them in the interest of time. But I want to talk about keeping green on your screen and developing a green space. Green is the color of calm. It is in neuropsychiatry well documented that simple exposure to natural light reflected on chlorophyll containing natural green living plants are very highly, and all of the senses, sight, smell, as close to taste as you can, and touch, all augment the experiences of healing. The evidence shows clearly that scope and scale of sensory exposure to sight, smell, and touch, the evidence only got that far, We aren't really eating a lot of things yet in our research. We'll get there eventually. We have evidence that scope and scale of sensory exposure, sight, smell, and touch, and the color green and all things living green with it correlate with self-improved. In English, more green gets more calm. More green in your experiential space. Green that you see, green that you hear, there's a hearing, green that you can touch, and green that you can smell. Definitely that. Increased personal green space correlates with self-reported calm. And that was the strongest outcome of all, of everything I said, and I already told you, I hope that it was a strong study. If you're not convinced it's a strong study, then you gotta be convinced that much. How much green? Now, how much would define it? What do you mean by that? Well, we had them define it. And you can do it at home. Let's do a fun thing right now. Fun for me. Wherever you are, how much green do you have? Remember we said in your visual field, I'll give you an example. You can't see it, but outside, half of my visual field is this window, and there's a row of beautiful white pine trees. 2 red oaks that are not yet in leaf, alive. It's blue sky. We actually allowed blue sky and clouds to count. That makes you happy. Other study. I've got 50% right now. It's rare, but I get it. I'm usually around 20 to 25. But the fact is, if you right now, I invite you to make a 360 turn. You have a swivel chair. Come back to your original position. Everyone, if you're willing to, I invite you to do that now. And the question is, how much green is around you right now, wherever you are? It doesn't have to be living green. It can be any kind of green, but the best green. I got about 25% normally. And if you start looking for that in your own life, then you can start incorporating living safe plants that don't kill your pets, your outdoor area to include plants that are native to the region. It increases your sense of calm and reduces disease and reduced fatal outcomes. That was Shogyaku, who's the only one who's shown fatal outcomes yet. That's how new these studies are. Green grass. Well, I'm going to say good. It's better than nothing. It's green and it's alive. Remember we said gratitude? Putting out some fresh sod is not being kind to the environment. Because one other thing we are pushing for is native land stewardship, bringing back native species, and Kentucky bluegrass does nothing for the environment. So keep in mind as well that you have a responsibility as you bring in new green things. Don't bring in ornamental plants, but try to use native and local plants that may support native habitats for pollinators and decomposers, 2 things that human beings don't care about at all. Extremely important are pollinators and decomposers. You drop a cheeseburger on this lawn, it will sit there for a month. There's nothing there to eat it. We have a responsibility not only to create spaces for our own use, but spaces for birds and insects and root grubs and bacteria. That's right, I want you to care about bacteria because there ain't no decomposing bacteria on this Kentucky bluegrass. Anything you drop there, it's a desert, basically. Keep that in mind. Now, last round of gratitudes go into the concepts of mindfulness, inclusiveness in your nature-based practice. Can't exclude anyone from it, which is why we are fighting to get insurance companies to cover forest bathing and to get forest therapy guides the ability to become therapists. Because that means everybody, not just those who can afford to pay for forest therapy, everyone will be able to experience. And if we teach you how to do it on our programming, then you can do it for yourself a little bit too. Check for yourself if you're calm, happy, safe, and free before you start any such attitude or any such event. And any of those things that you have, use them to fuel the things that you don't. Before you go out and take a pill or do anything else to get calm, find out if you can be happy with what you already have. Can you live? Is this Jaku for you right now? Sometimes it isn't. Sometimes I have to get calm and I can't be Jaku. Ask yourself, could I get by? Jaku is accepting the moment without rejecting. I'm not calm, yeah, and that's true. But I'm happy. I'm happy for that. I'm grateful that you've made me happy today, Celia, and everyone at home, you've made me happy. I'm a little worried because I'm not good with public speaking. And my butt hurt. I already told you that. But and that's true. Otherwise I'm free to do whatever I want. You know what? I think I can live with this. I'm not going to bar the experience. I'm not going to jump up because my rear end hurts. And I'm not going to run and take a pill or a bottle because I'm not calm now. I'm instead going to use the happiness in my heart for being here with you and my freedom to express my Shinrin-yoku practices as compensation for my aching glutes. That's more about my rear end that you really wanted to know. Nature and other sentient beings, you have to remember that even if you can't see someone in front of you, you should be wanting them wellness, including the parts of nature you don't care about. You don't care about the dog or across the street, you don't care about those rats, but bar none, compassion for nature cannot be barred. This is one of my favorite forest bathing places in the world, good old Teddy Roosevelt State Park in North Dakota. You don't have to go to a state park, but if you do, oh, check out Teddy. Bison everywhere, and they're awesome. You can have fun with forest bathing too. In summary, health benefits of Shinrin-yoku correlate to therapeutic intent. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to do something for yourself or for others? Randomized controlled trials from 2022 to 2024 and descriptive studies, all of them point that the therapeutic intention of gratitude, helping nature first, and self-sacrifice make a difference. They're just not popular topics. No one wants to come up to you and say, hey, I want to get calm. Great, come clean up this park with me. Wait, what? No, you misunderstood. I just gave you money. Yes, thank you. Now let's go clean up a park so we can get calm. Exactly. It takes work. It takes effort. If you're not willing to take effort, then there are always pills, aren't there? I think we've defined pretty well. The only other definition, and I'm going to wrap up in the interest of time. I'm going to skip the games because those who are better at showing games than the geeky scientists will show you those on Saturday. In conclusion, if you want Jaku, here are the requirements. If you care, maybe you don't want Jaku, or maybe you already have it. You already have it. Hey, I could use some. Tell me where to get it. If you don't have it, try gratitude for what you already have, compassion for someone who you don't care about, that tree over there, or that park that you never go to. Self-sacrifice, do something for someone other than yourself, and that is itself therapeutic. Surround yourself with your own Shinrin-yoku dojo. Make a green space. It doesn't have to be fancy. You don't need anything from Japan. I use Japanese words because they sound cool. Use your own words for it. Create a green space, your comfort zone, your safe space. Give it your own made-up name. We don't care. Make it green, as much green as you can. Watch Kevin and Sarah on Saturday. And I got one more thing to give you, Celia, before I go to Q&A. Because I want you to not think about money at all when you see Kevin and Sarah on Saturday. We have already, FNU has already made a donation to the Day of Calm Foundation.
Yes,
we are so pleased with how things are going. I got a call from Japan to say, give more. We're not giving enough. So on Saturday, during the entirety of that time, that Kevin and Sarah are talking, we are going to double any donations that happen during that time up to $1,000. You give $1, you're actually giving $2. If you give $50, you're giving $100. And hey, if someone wants to come out and give $500 on the minute it starts on Saturday morning, well, we're done. I can only pay $1,000.
God bless you.
So there you go. We're going to double up to actually 1,000. We'll pay up to. We're going to give matching donations up to $1,000 on Saturday. So if you don't have money, remember we said demonetization. If you don't have money to give, then on Saturday, just enjoy the show. If you do, it's going to be double. Does that help you, Celia?
Amazing. I'm so grateful. Speak of gratitude.
We don't want you to buy anything from us. We're not selling a doggone thing. We're selling the concept of Jaku. If we sold it successfully, you're now empowered to go find it for yourself. If not, watch Kevin and Sarah. They'll sell it better than me. Here are some of the abstracts. I'm not going to read them all because they're boring papers. But I have to give respect to all the people. I did not create this concept. I did not create forest bathing. Jingli, Michiko Imai, and 1,000 other scientists have done most of it. I must give gratitude to the 8 other providers who helped me and researchers. I did not do this alone. And a final thanks again to you in International Day of Calm, Celia, Kibler, everyone, Nupam, Czar, everyone who helped us put this production together. And that's what I have. I'll leave you with the question I started with. You know, Jaku, it's not a question you answer to me. It's a question you look in the mirror and answer yourself. And if you don't know, no.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you so much. And I hope I come on screen with you on the palm. And hopefully I come on. I don't even know if I can do this myself. Oh, wait. Yes, I'm back.
I can see you already. Let me get, I think you are on.
I am on
see you.
now. Thank you
Hi.
so much. And thank you for your contribution that you've already given and your amazing donation to double up everyone else's donations. So super grateful for you guys. And
up to $1,000. That's all.
Up to $1,000. It's just wonderful. Wonderful. I can't thank you enough. So I wanted to ask you a few questions. I don't know if there's any questions in the stream. If you have questions, put them in. So when we talk about green, is it more nature or is it more specifically green nature? Like I live on the water. Is the water considered green?
That's fantastic. Basically, we're finding in translational sciences where we're looking at measures of sensation such as color, smell, taste, touch, and turning that into health responses, emotional responses. That's translation, part of translational science. We're finding that what we're basically, our brain is reverse engineering those things which are favorable. When you think of a wild animal that's hungry, is it going to go, what color will most likely be able to find food? Green, because wherever there's chlorophyll, there's growing life and there's food. Wherever a deer is looking for shelter, where does it run to? What color? Green, because foliage gives cover and protection. If a bird is looking for a home, where is color does it go to? Green, because green is where they can make trees. And we are, throughout evolution, we have been designed to have our senses tuned to those elements of the environment which are to our best benefit. And green is associated with food, comfort, healing, homes. It is wired into our rudimentary brain. So any color green, but those colors green which most reflect natural color greens. So we see that in other things outside of green. Aqua, for example. I'm glad you mentioned water. How could I forget? Yes, people love watching water because there's green in there.
It's incredibly calming.
It's very calming because it's of its motion also, right. But it's also calming because it's, because it has green and blue. And yes, for those who say, well, I find blue very calming, we just didn't study blue. But blue is probably is too. I just don't have the evidence. I got the evidence for green. It's better. It's a scope of efficacy from a digital screen with a background that's green, like I have right now, because it's better than other colors. If I put magenta on there, my brain is not soothed by magenta. Magenta is totally unnatural color. It doesn't exist in nature. But green does, and it reminds me of my reptile brain of comforting things. So the closer it is to natural-looking green, like green on my screen doesn't do the same thing for my rudimentary reptile brain as beautiful Matilda here does, because her green, or your lake where you're sitting by, because those are microorganisms giving that green color. That's probably algae, which is alive and is a plant, by the way. I'm glad you pointed that out. So the more natural, the more effective. The more natural the light, the more effective. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
But if you have no choice, if all you got is Kentucky bluegrass, that's just fine. Better than nothing. Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I always believe, although a lot of people don't, interestingly enough, that we are all connected. That nature and humans are not separate entities. It's all one. It's all one, one, I don't know, spiritual alliance. I don't know what you want to call it, but I feel like we are meant to work with nature. We are nature. We're just a different form.
A shout out to Betty, who has made a comment. Thank you for the compliment, Betty. I can't see all the chats here, but I did see that one, and I want to acknowledge the one chat. Celia went for 20%. Oh, I got some people. So you got 20%. You're better than me.
That
Mostly
was
I
my,
get about 5%.
well, only because you told me to put this plan in. I did it this
Well,
morning.
you
I
went from
added this
0 to
plan.
20. It's not that I'm not at 30. Forget the goal isn't 33%. It's just what was the scope that people got the most results. So it's
Right.
not, again, otherwise you're making an attainment. Oh, I'm fine now. I have exactly 50%. So Jakku achieved. These are
And I actually
conditions that
don't have my window open, but I do have a window in this office, but I don't have it
I
because
had
it's
an
too
office
glary.
that was in a basement of a hospital for 2 years. I didn't see sunlight for 2 years. So you do what you can.
Yeah.
This little baby here kept me alive in that basement. It was only 5% of my space, but I went from 0 to 5%, which is an exponential increase in my Jakku.
And sunlight is so, like, I even tell parents, you know, if you have a new baby and they're not sleeping well, like they're sleeping too much in daytime and they're not enough at night, stick them in the sun. It will automatically regulate the cycle. Sunlight is so important in life. You got muted for a minute. You know that, Matthew? You're muted. Oh, there you go.
I'm just waiting. I'm trying. My goal is to be Jakku, and that means silent. I'd like to
Okay.
just listen if
Thank
anyone
you.
else has any. Thank
Keep
you. I have
talking to
nothing
me.
more to add. My last comment is please check out the whole rest of the International Day of Calm. Highly recommend it. We're big fans, and we haven't proven that already. And we have nothing to plug except Kevin and Sarah. Check out Kevin and
And
Sarah.
part 2,
They'll be
Kevin and
much more
Sarah.
entertaining to me.
Let me see when they are so I can tell you exactly. I know they're on Saturday. Hold on.
I hope they convinced you that they're worth listening to, and they will hopefully show you how to actually do it, because that ain't my skill.
Definitely worth listening to. And they will be on at 1:15 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. I actually get back to patients, and go find Jakku.
Thank you, Matthew. So grateful for you. Okay, so we're going to bring up our next speaker. And is she here? Hold on. I don't see her. Hold on. Where's Erna Lee?
I'm here.
Oh, you're here.
I'm here.
Hi, I see you. I see you.
Hi.
Oh, we kind of blend in our colors.
Yes, I was, as he was speaking, I was like, okay, what do I have that's green? And I went, oh, I got a little green part. And, oh, I got green eyes. And then I went, oh, I got my
nice green birds.
You can't tell that it's a pale green, but it doesn't show that.
Well, it looks like nature. It looks good. I like it.
Birds with green on them. So there you
go. Well, Erna Lee, before we get on to you, we're going to run our video. Thank you, Anupam. Okay. No sound again. I don't know what happened to the sound.
Welcome to the International Day of Calm Summit.
And here we are. And to everybody that's been here all day long, thank you for staying. Truly blessed to have you aboard. And I hope you have learned a lot about things that are all intended to help you be calm. Janet, thank you for your comment about loving Matthew's presentation. And you have 40% green. That's pretty impressive. So 40%, very proud of you. Please donate. The donation button is right there in the chat. So if you need to click any amount you choose, will get you something to get you something back, even $1. $1 gets you my morning detox to bring you up and feel positive about the morning and calm. And you also get the listening game so you guys can listen more because it's the key to communication. Well, now I would like to introduce my friend Ernalee Shannon. She is when you look in the dictionary and you look up the word sparkle, there is Ernalee's face because she just sparkles. It's like the best description I can think of somebody, and you'll see as you get to know her. Her smile is contagious. Her sparkle is radiant. And now let me tell you a little bit about Ernalee Shannon. Ernalee is a holistic health practitioner, ADHD Thrive coach, and I am the queen of ADHD, and the host of the online ADHD Thrive Festival coming May 20th to the 30th, 2025, soon, in another couple months or month, whatever. She's an author and an international speaker with 38 years experience helping clients live their best, healthiest, happiest life. And she's going to talk about a wonderful way to end our first day of the summit, unleashing your inner happy. Discover the neuroscience of creating and keeping happy. We love happiness. Experience the 30-second happiness kickstart, which will probably go along with, if you donate $1, you get the morning detox. You probably do them hand in hand.
For sure.
And power up you and your family's day. Ernalee, thank you for being here. It's so good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's such a delight and a blessing to be part of such auspicious and beautiful and giving event. So our world really needs it, especially now. And as a Canadian, I'm just so thrilled to be here. So,
well,
and see,
I'm thrilled
I do
to
have
be
my
here
sparkle.
too.
I got my
Oh,
sparkle.
yes, I do. Very nice. It's more sparkle.
More sparkle.
And we, blessed to have all these wonderful speakers from around the globe. It's really, it just goes to show you we all need calm. We all need a whole lot more calm in our life. So take it away, my dear. Let's talk happy.
All right. I'm going to grab my notes here. And there we go. So, hello, beautiful hearts. I am so happy that you're here. And let's face it, happiness is a big deal, especially if you are a mom, a dad, or maybe a grandparent, and your child isn't happy. We all want happiness, right? For ourselves and our children, but often we have no clue where to find it and even less of an idea of how to create it. How happy you are is a pretty good indicator also of how calm you feel. So being calm and being happy are like family. It's hard to be either one or the other without being both. To begin, let's just check in and see where your happiness level is right now, from 1 to 5. 5 being incredibly happy, everything's going great. And 1 being maybe your pet bird just flew out the window and your child used one of these permanent markers to do art on the wall. That's so not happy. So just right now, place your hand on your heart with me and just take in a deep breath. Let it go and assess how happy you feel right now. Got a number from 1 to 5? Great. Hold on to that number for me. Normally, I ask people to write it in the comments, but I'm just going to ask you to participate with me. I'm very kinesthetic. I know a lot of our kinesthetic learners will really be antsy with sitting for, almost 30 minutes. So just as I ask you to do things, please participate with me and we're going to have some fun, all right? Now, the interesting thing about being happy is just when you think you have it, a grip on it, you got it, you don't. It's a lot like sunshine. It comes and it goes. And if you've ever wondered why your child or perhaps you just aren't happy, or worse yet, why either they or you are focused on what isn't going right in your life instead of what is, you are in the right place right now. Welcome to Unleash Your Inner Happy, a talk that is designed with your child's and your brain in mind. Today, I'm going to share with you 3 happiness secrets. 1, how to make the most of your child's and your own happiness potential. And 2, how to shift your child's mind and yours from being problem-centered to being happiness-focused. And 3, the 30-second happiness kickstart, which I created for parents just like you. And if you don't happen to have a child in your life, you can always apply what I'm saying here to that inner child within you that perhaps needs a little love and TLC right now. So I'm also going to give you a couple of startling statistics about 2 things that your child is probably doing that can seriously impact their brain and interfere with their ability to be both calm and be happy. Sound good? All right. So you've already had the introduction to who I am. One thing I'd like to say is that the ADHD Thrive Festival, which is coming up, it actually helps kids and adults holistically claim their neurobrilliance, because that really is what that is all about. Yes, there's challenges, but there's also great gifts that come with that too. So we're going to have fun in May, and I hope you can join us then. So what I really do is I help my clients shift their brain and body from what isn't working to what needs to be working better through targeted nutrition, supplementation, and how, of course, we think and really what we say, because our body and our mind is listening 100%. So you may have guessed it, I'm a little bit of a brain geek here, so hang with me, we're gonna have some fun. So my personal superpower is helping frazzled parents reduce their child's meltdowns, their impulsivity, and soothe their overloaded nervous systems, which then of course creates better behavior, more calm at home, better focus at home and in school. And I have a wonderful, happy, calm life. But you know, it always wasn't always that way. And if any of you can relate, just say, heck yeah. You know, if you really know what I'm talking about, heck yeah. Now I can't hear you. I can't hear Celia, but I imagine she's saying it right now too.
Heck yeah. Heck
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go. All right. So holy smuckadoodle. I totally understand what it's like to want to be happy. As a child, happiness always seemed to be somewhere I wasn't. At home and in school, I was in trouble a lot, so I wasn't very happy. But then again, neither were my parents, my teachers, or my classmates, right? Being around me. And for me, sitting still was absolute torture. In class, I was bored out of my mind, unable to focus, and in too many fights on the playground really to count. And after school detentions were pretty much my only extracurricular activity, right? That's all I had time for. Yeah, I was that kid. Turns out I was also very sick as a child, and I grew up in and out of a big city hospital far from home, watching other kids like me struggle to survive. And it wasn't a very happy place. I wanted to be healthy because that meant I wouldn't have to come back to the hospital. But the other thing I really desperately wanted was to be happy, and I wasn't. I saw people who were happy. I saw other kids who were happy. They smiled, they laughed, they had fun. I wanted that. As a kid, I had a lot of nightmares. And I had this one reoccurring one that just showed up all the time, over and over again, that happiness lived in a big, beautiful house with lots of windows. And once in a while in this dream, a happiness window would open. And happiness would spill out in a symphony of light and color and sound and music. And I'd run for it, giving it everything. But just before I reached it, that happiness window always slammed shut. And I'd bang on the window saying, wait, open up, let me in. But the people inside never did. It was like I was invisible and they couldn't see me. And I was left standing out there in the dark, crying, staring in at everything bright and beautiful that my heart wanted. As a young adult, I was still very ill from all those years of toxic drugs. I mean, just imagine 7 straight years of always being on antibiotics, never off them, just a different kind of antibiotic as they created it. Nowadays, they would never do that to anybody, especially a child. But, they were doing the best with the knowledge they had back then. But what I was left with was a lot of remnants of that toxic pharmaceutical drugs that I had had as a child. And eventually, as a young adult, I was so desperate to get healthy that I decided if I'm going to get healthy, I'm going to have to do it myself, right? So I trained to become a holistic health practitioner because I wanted a real life that was about more than just daily suffering and just waiting to finally go to bed and fall into bed to be able to sleep and escape the pain that I was in, the emotional pain, the physical pain, the mental pain. I had a whole bunch of pain going on. And when I became a practitioner, that is really when everything transformed. I did get healthy. And my brain got healthy as well as my body, which surprised me. I didn't expect that. And I got happy. Now, for the last 38 plus years of helping children and adults get well and become calmer and happier, I've learned some incredible brain boosting skills that I'm delighted to share with you today. Are you ready? Okay, let's dive in. Here's happiness secret number 1. Understand the brain's happiness potential. This is the neuroscience of how the brain, your child's brain, if you have a child, your brain, because I know you have one, and I think how it functions, and I think it is fantabulously exciting. So, your child's brain and yours works just like a computer. And inside it is a remarkable function called the reticular activating system, or the RAS, R-A-S, RAS for short. And the RAS is like the seek and find function on your computer. Whatever it focuses on, it will find more of. When the RAS is set for positivity, it will seek out and find things that are positive and uplifting in life. But when the RAS is set for negativity, through maybe bad experiences, illness, repetitive negative thoughts, that's all you and your child will see, hear, feel, and believe about yourself and your life. So, does your child say things like, "No one wants to play with me. School is so boring. My teacher hates me." Some days it can seem like your child is stuck in an endless poor me feedback loop. And guess what? They are. Despite great things in their life, sometimes all they can see is that their glass of life is half full. What they really need help seeing is that their glass of life, half empty, and what they need help seeing is that their glass of life is actually half full. So whatever your child sees, hears, feels, experiences, and believes is whatever their reticular activating system of their brain is focused on. Set it for happiness, that's what they're going to find. If it's been set for being sad, disappointed, angry, feeling maybe left out or ignored or forgotten, yep, they're going to find that too. Their RAS is going to seek out and find more of the same. Now, if you want your child and yourself to be happy, but despite maybe your best efforts, you're just not, you need a brain happiness upgrade. Yes, it's possible. I do it for myself and my clients all the time. Ready to find out how to reset your child's and your reticular activating system? If you're ready, just say ready in the comment and out loud instead of in the comments. Just say ready out loud and then repeat aloud after me. Why am I so happy? Now, if you're wondering, that's it? Why is asking a question so important? Here's the scoop. When you ask a positive question, it's a way to transform your life more quickly, easily, and effectively. Because when you say what you want, what you need, or what you seek as a question, your mind immediately springs into action looking for ways to find more of the same thing. Your RAS goes to work. It's like when you've never noticed red cars in your town until you buy one, right? And suddenly they're everywhere. This is because the reticular activating system of the brain has been reset with a new focus. And this is why social media platforms like Facebook are so engaging and highly addictive. They function just like your RAS does, right? Giving your brain more of what it's focusing on. Now, of course, with screen use, you also get a boost of dopamine over and over and over again, and your brain is hooked. This is a massive problem, especially for kids, because, this is what addictions are made of, right? So let's take a quick look at what I call the global screen dilemma. And I know if you're a parent, sometimes all you want, is a few precious moments of calm and peace in your life, right? I get it. But that powerful combination of visual and auditory stimulation gives your child an immediate dopamine boost and teaches their brain to want and seek more and more. And you know how hard it is to get your child to shut off a screen, even how hard it is to get yourself maybe to put your cell phone away when you've been scrolling. But when you ask your child to do it, they usually, respond with a lot of complaining and whining. Because once that instant dopamine train has pulled out of the station, your child's brain and nervous system just doesn't know what to do. And often a meltdown soon follows. Now you may be thinking, but there's no real harm, right, in letting my child use a screen, right? I mean, what's the problem? Well, listen to this, and then you decide. In a 2019 MRI study conducted at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital in the United States, it was discovered that children that are ages 3 to 5 years old who had more than only 1 hour of screen use per day usually showed shockingly lower levels of white brain matter development. Now, these are the key areas of the brain that govern language, literacy, cognitive skill development. And here's a couple of equally alarming facts. Excessive TV time is linked to poor attention span, poor brain focus, poor eating habits, and increased behavior issues. And excess screen time, so iPhones, laptops, that sort of thing, is linked to speech delays, sleep issues, impaired executive function, and poor parent-child communication. Put all those symptoms together, and what do we have? Now, if you've already guessed what I'm going to say, you're from the future. We have the exact same challenging symptoms of ADHD. And if you're thinking, oh my gosh, that's crazy, but what am I going to do if I can't have a little peace and calm while my child is watching a show on my phone? Relax, I've got you. I'm going to show you how to retrain your child's and your own reticular activating system of your brain. It's like having a positive brain boost in your back pocket for whenever you need it. Sound good? So you can retrain your reticular activating system by saying a positive sentence over and over. That's what affirmations are all about, right? But honestly, in my opinion, I think that's the donkey cart version of getting to where you want your brain to go. And if you're like me and you want results fast and you want them now, then framing it as a question is the jet plane version. Here's how it works. Asking your child or yourself a positive question allows that message to fly under the radar of the conscious mind to impact the subconscious and the reticular activating system of the brain in a powerful way. I call these power questions, and they are important. It's the simplest and quickest way to work with your child's or your own reticular activating system. Are you ready for my 30-second happiness kickstart? If you are, say ready. All right, here we go. Each morning, ask yourself one or all three of these power questions. Now, I do all three because I want to cover all my happiness bases, right? Say these out loud with me. You have to say them out loud. So I'm going to say them and then you can repeat them after me. How is it possible for me to be this happy? Why do simple things in life make me so happy? And why does helping others bring me such great happiness? Ask yourself these power questions, even if you don't believe a word of what you're saying, it doesn't matter. Let your mind go to work and your RAS go to work, finding the ways and the reasons that you are happy. One good question is all it takes. I mean, how tiptoe through the wildflowers awesome is that? And here's happiness secret number 2. Shift the mind from what isn't working to what is. This is what I call happiness boosting. Shift your child's in your mind and thinking from where it may be stuck to where you need and choose it to be. And here are 3 power questions to say to your child. These are important to use if you have a child who has ADHD. But honestly, every child and every one of us wants to nurture our inner child as big kids, we can benefit from hearing these too. So these target the areas of your child's life that they probably need a little boosting in, need some improvement. Self-confidence, self-esteem, and belief in themselves. So sprinkle these throughout your morning. Ask 1, how did you get so smart? 2, why are you so kind and helpful? 3, why are you such a great listener? And here's a bonus power question for you. Why are you so calm and relaxed? Holy moly, power questions like these would have been a childhood game changer for me because I wasn't any of these things. My parents asked me questions like, and they meant well, right? They just didn't understand me or what to do for me to make things better in my life. They asked me questions like, why can't you sit still? Are you listening to me? What's wrong with you? And of course, they were asking the wrong person because I had no clue. So use these 3 power questions in the booster with your child to help them change how they feel about themselves, but also to change how they show up in the world. And if you learn to harness the power of the mind, you and your child will both have mind power and a calmer, happier life. And if you think that is awesome sauce, yell, wow, with me, because I think it's pretty great. And here's happiness secret number 3. To support the inner changes you're making, take action. Here's a great way to do it. Create a happiness list for you and your child. Here's what you do. 1, grab whatever you're going to write in, and at the end of your child's day, ask them, what made you happy today? And write these things down. And you can add a few of your own in there too. And 2, the next morning, review the happiness list over breakfast and say out loud, why is today going to be even better and happier than yesterday? See that? I threw a power question in there. Reviewing your child's and your own previous happiness moments gives the reticular activating system an immediate lift, and it gives a dopamine boost to your brain. And natural brain chemical boosting is a powerful tool to help you and your child become happier. And 3, believe that moments of happiness, will find you and your child, because they will. You will become a happiness magnet. And 4, encourage your child, and do this yourself, to become a happiness detective. I hope that you have enjoyed these powerful secrets to unleash your child's and your own inner happy. Hunting happiness obviously isn't the only type of inner detective work I do as a practitioner. I help ADHD clients nourish their brains and bodies with what they eat, they drink, and they think, so they can have greater calm, more happiness, improved behavior, increased focus, and better decision-making skills. Holy happy doodle, I needed this when I was a kid, right? So
And
if
a
you
lot
have
of adults need it now.
Oh, yes, the whole world needs it right now.
Yes, really.
So if you got water there, just have a sip,
I have water.
because hydrating of your brain is really, really important. It's pretty hard to be happy if you don't have a hydrated brain.
Absolutely.
Just imagine when your sweet child steps off the "I hate school, no one likes me, not so happy" emotional merry-go-round, and starts making friends more easily and actually enjoys learning, or when they rush home to all excited to tell you how their awesome day went and what their teacher taught them and how cool their teacher is. And won't it be wonderful when those crazy meltdowns your child has just kind of fade away, and you're left with a deeper, more loving connection with your sweet child than ever before?
Like nothing else.
Pardon me?
It's like nothing else.
Exactly. And yes, it's possible. Some people will go, is that even possible? And I'm here to say, yes, it is.
Me too.
This is why I do this work. It's like magic, right? With families. And if you like any of the sound of this, write "me" in the comments, or in this case, we're not writing in the comments. So just say "me."
Me.
To help you achieve this, I have created a free gift for you that I'm pretty sure is going to make you happy. It's my ADHD Get Happy Guide. Now, if the child in your life doesn't have ADHD, or if you don't have ADHD, if you don't have kids, that's okay. This guide will still provide you with remarkable skills to support you and your reticular activating system of getting it working the way you want it to get it working. And if you do have a precious kiddo in your life, you are rolling in 4-leaf clovers today, because the guide includes my version of the 30-second happiness kickstart that I specifically designed for busy parents like you to help make your life easier and more meaningful. Plus, within the guide, I've created new inspiring power questions, other than the ones we've done here today, to help you and your child start and finish your day off happy. It's like sprinkling happy dust on your lives, right? So to grab your free copy, just write the word "mine" in the comments and I'll get it to you. Retraining the reticular activating of the system is such a simple yet powerful, life-changing way to boost your child's and your own happiness levels and your ability to be calmer. In my 38 plus years as a practitioner, I have never seen anything that works this fast to change mindset. And if you really want to be happy, you have to have the happiness mindset, right? So in fact, I bet donuts to daisies right now that you feel happier just in the short time that we've been together. So why don't we check? Please place your hand on your heart, take in a deep breath again. Let it go. And let's reassess how happy you feel right now from 1 to 5, 5 being absolutely over the moon happy. And if your happiness number is higher than it was, yay, great job. Now, don't forget to drop the word mine in the comments because then I can get you the free ADHD happy guide. So mine, M-I-N-E, equals love and support for you and your sweet child or your inner child, your sweet, precious inner child.
Right.
Okay, so if you are a parent or somebody who just really cares about this world and cares about the children of this world and this world that they're going to inherit, lean in with me because I want you to hear this and I want you to breathe this in case no one's told you today. Because I know being a mom, a dad, a grandparent, or someone just who really just cares about the planet and kids can often be a tiring and thankless job. And I want you to know that what you're doing to help raise consciousness, how to help lift humanity from where we are to where we need to be and raise a healthy, happy, kind, and happy, calm child, as well as increase your own level of calm, is a great gift for you, your family, community, and your world. Way to go. You've got this. Together, let's help ourselves and our children shine bright and be happy. And remember, I believe in you.
Thank you, Ernely.
You are so welcome.
So inspiring. And I know people are feeling happier because now your brain is now thinking happy. And whenever you start thinking a certain way, your brain will help you prove that true. So you are happy. We are happy. We are really happy. You have blessed us with your time and your wisdom. And I'm so grateful for you being here. Thank you so much. Make sure you put mine in the comments wherever you're watching from. And before we go, because Ernely, you're our last speaker for the day. We've made it through our first day of the Day of Calm Summit. We start again tomorrow morning, 9:00 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a great lineup. We're going to be talking about parenting again, difference between chaos and calm, creating time wealth. It's really a thing, time wealth. You know how you always say you don't have enough time? Well, you're going to learn how to switch that around. Decoding toddler tantrums, calm adults, resilient kids, and more help with your parenting and keeping your calm as a mom or dad. Before we go into donate now, well, you can read the donate now. I want to do a little thing. I told you guys I'm a laughter yoga leader, and made up laughter is just as good to your brain as real laughter. So I want you to do a laughter thing with me, and Ernely, you can do it with me.
Sure.
I want you to put your hands up like this.
Yeah.
And I want you to go ha, ha, ha.
Ha, ha, ha.
I'll have to, I keep whacking my microphone. He.
He, he.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ha, ha, ha.
He.
He.
Okay, now we're going to do this faster and faster and faster and faster until you can't do this anymore.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know I have to take a test.
But are you ready? And this is a really fun thing to do with your kids. If you need to distract them or do something, just start laughing.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Ha, ha, ha.
ha.
He. Wait, we'll do it together. Ha, ha, ha. He. Ha, ha, ha. He. Ha, ha, ha. He. Okay, let's speed it up. Ha, ha, ha. He. 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 Ha, ha. He. Ha, he. Ha, he. Ha, ha. It's exhausting, right? Right. So now I got a little exercise, a little laughter, a little dopamine, a little joy, a little happiness.
Yes, for sure. Yay.
And you can do that to take a break during the day. You can do that with your kids. You want to break them from like, you're all like, kind of moping around.
Yeah.
Start laughing. Remember, fake laughter, just as good to your brain as real. And eventually you start laughing anyway. So plus laughter is very good exercise, guys. Exercises your facial muscles, your lungs, six-pack abs, laugh more. It's really good exercise.
In our family, my girls and I used to have something, we each had one. It was called our silly laugh. And my middle daughter had one that was a cross between Woody Woodpecker and a jackhammer. It was really something. It would pretty much stop traffic, right? And every once in a while, when things got tense, that's why I really love what you were doing. I would yell, "Silly laugh!" And we'd all just dissolve into this silly laugh.
So good. So good. That's another fun game. Silly laugh. Play the silly laugh game and everybody can just start laughing. Super fun thing. And great at lifting your mood. And as we've discussed before, when we're laughing, no one's killing each other. We're happy. There's no stress. That's what Alan Alda said that. That's his quote. when everybody's laughing, no one's killing each other. He's got a point.
Yeah, he's got a point. He sure does.
So laugh more, enjoy more. Okay, guys, so we're winding down. Final ask, if you're here and you're now and you've really enjoyed the first day, please share this summit out. We need to calm this world and we need to get more people on board calming it. They can register for the summit at dayofcalm.org. You can register, you can donate, you can find out more about all the things we do year round and support us. We love to have you. If you have a school that you want to bring our parenting programs to, enter in the little thing. I'd like to bring more parenting programs into the school. We are here for you to do what we need to do to get everybody more intentional about their parenting, taking personal responsibility for their behavior, and bringing the world to a calmer place and more understanding of each other, less judgment, less criticism, less ridicule. Let's do this. This world needs it a lot.
More
a
love.
lot. We're in a lot time. We're in a big a lot time. We need to have a little. But right now, share it out, please. And I'm grateful for every donation you can give, as are the kids in our school in Uganda. I know, it's far away. But you don't know, like Ali said, you don't know who you're helping over there. You don't know what child's going to be the next brilliant surgeon or resolve another disease or something we have to deal with, on a regular basis, and they may have the solution. You never know who you're giving the gift of thriving to. So thank you, Erna Lee. I think we're going to end with Anupam running a video as we all say goodbye. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for what you do, what you bring to the world, and what you bring to families. And I just think you are a shining light in our world, and we're lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Erna Lee. Make me cry. I feel the same way about you. I love you. Thank you.
Love you too. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Can you hear the audio, Celia?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I can't hear her. Still no sound. Hold, please, if you're joining us. We'll get the sound on. This is the woman that made this quilt. The woman you hear in that video is the one that handmade the Day of Calm quilt. We get $1,000 donation. The quilt is yours. And it's beautiful. Handmade. And if we run her video, that's who made it. Abused all her life, childhood, through 2 husbands, physically, mentally. You'll see what she thinks about it if Anupam can fix the sound. But she's the one that made that quilt for us. And it's all X's. It's a whole X pattern for love. You see all the X's? Anupam, can we run that?
Just a moment, trying to figure it out. I think there's an issue with the audio.
Well, anyway, hopefully we can do that. Again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for taking time out of your busy schedule. Let's see if it works this time. This is the future if you keep raising your children through anger, rage, yelling, aggression. Here's what will happen to that child of yours.
Well, I'm bad.
What are you telling yourself?
I'm useless.
Which you're not, but go ahead. Tell me what you're saying.
Well, I've gotten to where I'm more trouble than I'm worth. Old people cause more trouble than they're actually worth. So I'm one of them.
Oh, that's so sad.
So, other than burning this pot up, what was the last disaster you would say you caused?
I've never done anything like that before. I'm almost 80 years old. I never done anything like that before. Never.
So, does one mistake?
Yes.
And let me finish. No, it doesn't.
Does that constitute
The answer is no. Does one mistake ruin a whole wonderful life?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
Because how much have you've cooked meals for how long now? How long have you cooked the meals of the house?
Years.
Years. And what, other than the burning up of this pot, what is the last meal you burned, caught fire?
Never.
Never. You've never even burnt a meal. That's better than me.
No. No, I never have. I always stay right there. I always stay right there in the vicinity. I usually don't leave the food. So
that means that for your efficiency of cooking meals without burning the house down is pretty much 99.9%.
Yeah.
Okay. Not quite 100 because you almost burned the house down this time, right? Okay.
Right.
So 99.9% of the time you cook perfectly safely.
Yes.
Think you still have a lot of would you say you still get concerned about what other people think of you?
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, good Lord, yes. All the time, every day, every day.
And that comes from the way you were raised. That comes from all that abuse.
Yep.
Because you always had to look out for what you were doing in case somebody thought it was like the end of the world and would hit you. Or scream at you or whatever they did.
Yep. Or slap me.
Yeah.
Yep. Always.
When you got slapped as a child, hit as a child, slapped, hit as a wife, how did that make you feel?
Pretty rotten, but I always figured, you know what? I guess I deserved it. Sometimes my mouth got me in trouble and I deserved it. And I knew I was going to get it. And my mouth just had diarrhea and said it anyway.
So if your husband or a brother or a parent or somebody said something that you didn't like, did they deserve to be smacked?
No, but if they said something to me that I didn't like, I would just cower and go away.
So why did they not deserve to be slapped, but you do?
Yeah. Because more than likely what they were saying was true. I
Okay,
probably
that's
was being
possible.
rough.
But even if it wasn't true, do they deserve to be smacked?
No,
Does anybody deserve to be smacked?
no.
No. Your mother, you were beat by your mother and your father?
Yep.
Even though your father adored, you were like his boy. Do you love your mother?
Yes.
Do you love your father?
That's questionable. I've thought about that over and over again. I can't say that I love him, but I respect him because he is my father figure.
So you respect him in theory?
Yes. But loving him, that would be a stretch.
Do you love yourself?
No,
See
not
how
at
easily
all.
you said that?
Yep. Yeah.
So instead of being fearful of what you do wrong, think about what you can do that's right. What are all the things you do that are right?
But when I do one thing wrong, it supersedes everything.
In your head.
Yes.
Except that
Yes.
when Brandy did that, when Stacy did that, did you look at that as the worst thing in the world or just a mistake?
No, just a mistake, but it was
So why is it the worst thing in the world for you?
Yeah, because it's me.
Right.
Yeah.
So if it's just a mistake for other people,
yeah,
you have to remind yourself it's just a mistake. And what happens when we make a mistake? Do we beat ourselves up or do we learn from it?
Both.
No, no.
First we beat ourselves up and then we learn from it.
Well, you can be disappointed that it happened.
Yes.
But then realize, okay, so it's never happened before.
You muted, Celia.
As heartbreaking as that is to hear Anita talk like that, that's what happens. When you yell constantly at a child, when you scream and yell and hit a child, they don't grow up to hate you. They grow up to hate themselves. And there's 80 years old. She's just now trying to get over it. And it's a tough road because she has hated herself for 80 years. I just talked to her last week and she was telling me how, she looks in the mirror. She says, how are you so ugly? How can anybody be around you because you're so ugly? She said that to herself in the mirror. It is so important to be intentional with your child. And that's why we do this. That's why we give you all kinds of ways to learn to make life more harmonious and happy and joyful and calm in your house. You are raising the next generation. You are raising an adult, not a child. They're already children. It is up to you to learn a better way. We're giving it to you free. Share it with other people. Share it with people you're worried about the way they're raising their kids and just say, oh my gosh, you don't have to talk about how they're raising kids, but you can say, you know what? I attended this great summit, all these great speakers. Oh, I felt so much better at the end. You should, chime in. You should, turn on the summit during the day. It's great. And if you work Thursday and Friday, Saturday, last day of the summit, the actual International Day of Calm will be on for the last day of the summit. So, and Anita, again, that's who made this quilt, was that woman you just saw. That's what she does. She makes quilts for everybody. Every week, she tells me how many quilts she's making for that week. And this is a full queen size quilt. She's already she made this for a day of calm. She already made me one. So really take all of this to heart and think, do I want my child to grow up, spend their life hating themselves? Is that why you had children? Is that what you want? Because I will tell you, the violence and rage that is out of hand in this world are people that can't handle their emotions and hate themselves. All the craziness that's going on, when you get disappointed, they throw a tantrum. And then you wonder why your child throws a tantrum when they're disappointed. Disappointment's like a muscle. Who was talking about a muscle in one of our conversations? Disappointment, waiting, they are the two biggest muscles you need to practice in your child's body. Exercise the disappointment muscle. They need to know that welcome to life when things don't go your way. And they need to realize it's not the end of the world. Exercise that muscle. Do situations where they'll get disappointed. We talked all about being happy and the importance of joy in your life. But also remember that you can't always be happy. And if you try to always make your child happy, you're setting them up for a life of disappointment and unhappiness because they won't know how to handle disappointment, things that don't go their way, somebody saying no, somebody not working out for them, they get fired from a job, all the things. Think how many things didn't go your way. Hopefully more things went your way than didn't. And if you think about it, they did. But you want to practice that. You want to talk about, oh, what'd you screw up today? Talk about it over dinner. Make light of it because it is light and it's part of learning and it's part of growing. And there's no success without it. Don't be harsh with your kids when they make a mistake, or they will fear making mistakes their whole life and they will turn into a perfectionist. And a perfectionist is an impossible goal. So I leave you tonight, this afternoon, wherever you are in the world, with this thought. Please start recognizing all the good your children children do. Recognize everything that your partner does and be grateful and appreciative for it. Somebody helps with the dishes, thank them. Don't be like, well, they should do it. They did do it, and they put in an effort to make life better. Be grateful. Don't let anyone feel invisible in your home. Make sure they feel appreciated every day. You don't want to feel invisible, either do they. Start recognizing the good instead of focusing on the bad. Erna Lee just taught you that what you focus on grows. So focus on all the great stuff that goes on because it's way overpowers the not so great stuff. Okay? Thank you for being here. So very grateful. Invite your friends to be here tomorrow. We have a great lineup. We start on time at 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. And as always, guys, I wish you days filled with peace, love, tons of laughter, and it all leads to calm. And we'll see you here tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.